Hello, all of you beautiful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Piercing the Veil Scar, Season 1, Episode 2, Trial of Peace. This is a Star Wars campaign being run with our custom Scar system, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. The system is available for open playtest on our Discord as well as on itch.io, so go take a look at it and let us know what you think. For now, though, let's go ahead and get to the opening crawl.
Piercing the Veil, Episode 2, Trial of Peace. The crew of the Omen Runner arrived at Charlicia, preparing for the start of their mission of guarding Sen Randon as he searches through the forgotten temples spread over the surface. Having secured unmarked and untraced transportation from the local black market, the crew embarked towards the first temple. Inside the temple were many old minor artifacts, but the true prize was a holocron hidden inside the deepest part of the temple. However, the crew managed to discover that there were the remnants of a security system still in place, even if it couldn't properly communicate its warning. Upon the retrieval of the holocron, something inside the temple was released. Having followed the crew back to the ship, it boarded and let out a dire message only detectable through the Force. According to Sen Randon, the entity spotted at the ship was a Sith Alchemy Beast, and a trial has begun. The Wultash, Diswul Shasotku.
Alright, and now we'll go ahead and get started with introductions, starting with Taldarius.
Hello, I am Taldarius, and I will be the storyteller for Piercing the Veil Scar. We'll start off the player introductions with Amy.
Hello, I am FoxFiend, and I'll be playing Amy, the Wind Astral Amaran, who's acting as pilot and captain of the Omen Runner.
Don't forget to pass it along.
Right. Pass along to Barnaby.
Hello, I am Angela Moraes, and I will be playing Barnaby, the Ewok shaman of the group, who is shadow nature in typing. We'll pass it over to Sim.
Hello everybody, I am Razim, and I am playing as Furvis, the mythic astral type Lothwolf. Big old 9-foot tall wolf that teleports everywhere. And he also has
Things you see every day.
Yeah, just everyday things, you know. He also has a companion, who I forgot to introduce the last time, but you know, his companion is R4F3, an astromech. He calls it ARF. Off to Krill.
Hello, I am Merl and I'm playing Krill, the basic Salonian survivalist. Off to Regis.
Hello, I'm Garou and I play Regis, the psionic dark human.
Shadow.
Shadow human. And I'm going to pass that on to Ron.
Hello all, it's William Kanku Swiftfoot. I am playing Ron Lorea, both an astromechanic, basic type. And not much else to him at the moment. But that's back to you, tell at the storyteller's position.
Alrighty. So I believe a good place to start us off, you know, to really set the tone, is seeing what all is going on with Barnaby's excursion of attempting to find someone. I'm sure only good things will come of this.
Only good things.
Although, just to check, Barnaby, are you there, or have you been stolen away at the most inopportune time? I believe that answers our questions, folks.
So, we won't be following Barnaby just
We
yet.
will
no?
not be following Barnaby's adventures right away. Instead,
The barky barks taking him away.
well, okay, so as far as I'm aware, good majority of the party is either, the Eep or is a bar or, you know, something akin to that. Regis is out shopping. So I guess, you know what? Fervis, do you want to have any further discussions with Sen over what you have recently found out?
Sure.
All right. There is now a box sitting on top of the smear on the ground and is nicely covering up most of it.
Oh, good. So, do we need to worry about that?
Well, I think we can worry less about that one in particular, but I'm not too sure if there's more of them out there.
Do you think they could have contacted others?
It could, but also, well, it's a rather well-known. Well, when I say well-known, it's a rather understood stood fact that they don't tend to get along too well, at least between temples. Very big on rivalries and competition.
Fervis will nod his head. Well...
So, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
So, interestingly, we're probably the safest the closer we get to other temples when it comes to the, having to deal with the things out of any of the other temples. I'm just going to be assuming that there's going to be some sort of trial at each of them. They're very big on trials, so... If any more of them tend to have beasts like this, which they may or may not, they'll also likely work to keep the creatures from the other temples away. Although, who knows, maybe one of them will just be an obstacle course or something.
That would be nice. Though I've got the feeling they'll probably have protection against me teleporting.
They may or may not. I'm not too sure.
Well, should we get back to trying to open this device? I remember the name, but he also remembers that he shouldn't say the name out loud very often.
Yeah. To which Sen will just kind of nod his head a couple of times and then go, yes, that would likely be for the best. If this is important enough information, I could end my expedition right here and return back to my group, but... Well, there's no guaranteeing that the information will even be retrievable, much less understood. Some of these are left around as traps, after all.
We open it and it's just, hello dears, I am Darth Granny and here's my recipe for chocolate chip cookies.
Or you open it and it's like, hello, I am here to inquire about your car's extended warranty.
I think the first one is more likely. Because as we all know, the dark side has cookies.
The dark side does have cookies. Darth Gran Gran.
So how
Oh boy.
would you like me to help with opening it?
Well, these are fairly tricky little things to open. They tended to not want just anyone opening up one of these. They more tended to believe that if you were worthy, you could manage to open it, and if you weren't, then, well, any sort of backlash or gruesome death that you happen to suffer was a result of your own failings. So you can certainly help me out with this, but I would definitely recommend that you not poke around too much with it on your own.
I wasn't planning on it. Though I wouldn't mind some more trading on that if you don't mind.
Well, I don't think that would be too much trouble. You know what? Here, how about I can teach you how to start to connect with one of these things. And, like I mentioned, this is not something that you should mess around too much on your own right yet. I think you should definitely, grow in experience and power first. But having the knowledge of how to do it and understanding of when to use it are two entirely separate things. And I believe that the first I can teach you, and the second you'll learn on your own anyway. Or if you don't, you'll learn quite forcibly. With that
Likely
being
through
the
a
case,
gruesome death.
well, yes, but you would learn quite forcibly the mistake you've made before you died.
He will nod at that. Well, where do we start then?
In that case, the first thing to do with something like this is attempt to connect to it with a bit of synchronization. With these, there are multiple types of these around. And with this specific brand of them, it is best to be cautious but firm. After all, if you are seen as having some form of weakness in your approach, it will likely not react well. But caution and weakness are two entirely separate things. So, what you should do first is enter into a meditative state. Upon doing so, attempt to lightly synchronize and connect with the object. Once that has been managed, do not attempt to do anything that you are unable to put a sufficient amount of will and desire behind. Effectively, if you were to try to open it, you must demand that it do so, and not give it another option than to follow that demand. These kind do not react well to pleading. You do not coax these.
So, presence.
Effectively, yeah.
Good thing he's got 2 dots in that.
Yep. Who'd have thought? The dark side aligned objects prefer presence. What a surprise.
Well then, shall I make the roll?
Go ahead.
I'm going to say willpower on this. Plus forceful, and then of course presence.
All right. With that, go ahead and take -1 difficulty.
Cool.
-1 difficulty coming in clutch there.
Yes, it did.
Dang.
Hey, look, that's what you get for
Dang.
actually listening to his explanation and picking your role appropriately. Rewarded. All right. So with that, you would start to, lightly connect with this object. You can tell that there is a rather large amount of power behind this object. But interestingly enough, it is not radiating it out, or basically giving any sort of sign that it has a large force presence until you start to connect to it. And at that point, that is when you're able to feel and realize the amount of force imbuement that this has. And remembering what Sen explained to you, you are able to make it so that way you just connect to it at first, and you adjust. And at one point, you do realize what he was saying, as this is something where if you have any amount of trepidation towards what you are asking or demanding of it, it will deny you in the most forcible way possible. And the consequences of which it doesn't particularly care about. But you get the feeling that having gotten into the correct mind state for it, connected with it successfully, you could very likely demand that this thing open and reveal some of its secrets to you. Whether or not you take that opportunity is up to you.
Yes. Gotta be certain. Gotta be forceful. Doing it.
All right. In that case, you manage to, with that roll, get it to release one piece of information without any consequence. You get a single sentence through which it says, "Peace is a lie, there is only passion."
He's going to speak that sentence out loud. Otherwise, his eyes are closed and he's focused on the meditation.
All right. And with that one line, you could attempt to dig deeper, or you could attempt to leave.
I feel like I might be able to dig deeper. Would you like me to try?
Fervus, you receive no response.
In that case, he's gonna go for it. I assume
Make another roll. Yep.
Same difficulty decrease?
Same difficulty.
I don't really have anything that I guess I could vigor.
That, or you could body boost 2 of them, but that's slightly you're losing a bit of value, but you could do that.
I'm gonna go ahead and vigor.
Alrighty.
We'll probably be resting soon. Alright, well, 4.
4. Alright. With that, you get one more line, although it's said at the same volume, but it's putting more. You feel its pressure on you rising. And the second line that you get is, "Through passion I gain strength."
Furvis is going to attempt to kind of reach out his sense and see if he can feel Sen also trying to get in.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception.
I don't want to waste too many resources, so I'll stick with it.
All right. In that case, you realize that the only thing that you're actually able to feel right now is this holocron. It is currently eclipsing the entirety of your senses. You realize now that you've stopped even feeling the cold metal of the ship beneath you.
Also, could I get these lines sent to me in DMs, please?
Oh yeah, sure.
Furvis is going to push deeper.
Roll again. At this point, standard difficulty.
All right. I will soul the one. Apparently it is here to stay. 2.
All right. With a 2, you do get the next line. And it is said with enough force that you can feel it thrum through your being. And it feels like your very essence is being rattled by the words. But you can hear them. And the next words are, "Through strength I gain power."
At this point, he is going to back out. And it's going to be through strength of will again. Kind of like
All right.
forcefully shutting the door.
With that, this will
1 second.
only be difficulty 8.
Ido, yes, cards are permitted. Only common and rares, though.
So that would be difficulty 8 on this currently.
Oh boy.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, every line that you hear past the first gives +1 difficulty of not completing it.
A miss! Not enough ale!
Ido has given the party a reroll.
So is he feeling that it wants him to complete the... Is he getting that feeling that it wants to give him all of the information that it has?
I'd say that he'd be more getting the feeling that it's providing resistance to basically everything at this point. It's just that the easiest path is to go forward, but going forward will also get more difficult, as it seems like it's getting more and more difficult for him to proceed as well. So if you'll remember, he also swapped to more difficulty now with the most recent line.
Yeah.
So basically, the further you go, the harder it is to do anything. It's just that it gets more and more difficult to do anything but go forward at a faster rate.
Okay. I'm
I
assuming
will say,
that... Oh, go ahead.
go ahead. I will say that if this starts becoming a sticky enough situation for you, this would be an example of where I would start to allow, like, fortune point Deus Ex Machina of, you being let go by this thing. Just,
And
like, as an example, because we haven't really used it yet. This would be an example of something that I would, like, accept that being used on.
Okay.
Yes. The reminder that the fortune tokens are there.
He's going to push deeper. Because I'm assuming that that doesn't let him get out another step.
You would remain at difficulty 7 for this.
What he is going to do is kind of summon into his mind the fact that he is a Lothwolf. He is a guardian of the Force. And the pride and strength that that gives him as a being. And put that behind his push deeper into the secrets of the holocron.
All right, take +2 dice.
Sweet. You know what? I got another point of vigor. Let's really make this thing my bitch. Okay. I was kidding about that, but hey, I'll take it.
Oh dear.
So let's see. That's
10 successes?
14.
Yeah, that's 14.
14. Oh.
Because vigor pushing makes the 9s explode and count for 2.
Right. Yes.
All right. With that, you would get the next 2 lines. The 4th line is "Through power I gain victory." And the 5th is "Through victory my chains are broken."
Does it feel like there is more to gain from this?
You feel like you are standing you feel like you are walking up to a door this entire time, and now the door is before you.
Okay. In that case, he's gonna keep going. This time on top of his pride as a Lothwolf, as a guardian of the Force, he is also bringing up his passion for robotics, for crafting, and passion with Arf, making him the strength that having the droid with him brings. And he's holding firm that he will be victorious in his head in getting through this door.
And what exactly is Fervis's passion with robotics?
The strength of the steel, the reliability of the, well, whatever material it actually is. You fill in the blanks there. Durasteel. The strength of it, the reliability of it, his own foreleg, stronger than he was born with, more useful. The interest that he has in learning more about the passion that he has for learning more about the Force as a whole. Both sides of it.
All right. In that case, the way that this is going to work, you are going to receive +3 dice. It will be difficulty 8, crit 9.
Ooh.
Intriguing.
I assume it's the +3 is not on top of the previous.
Yeah, it's just +3. That this is the total modifier.
Okay. Welcome to the Creative Solutions system, everyone.
You could get interesting results like this.
Come on, big money! Can I use the party reroll?
It is there.
Go ahead.
I was thanking them in chat in advance for it.
Oh, that looks much better.
That looks a lot better.
Yeah.
I see popcorn.
As soon as you said big money, I knew it was going to go poorly.
Yeah.
Big money with a whole bunch of whammies.
This is a bit, This is an important enough thing. I am going to soul the one.
Yeah.
10.
Makes that a 10. Nice. In that case, the last line that you hear is, "The Force shall free me." And then, repeated back to you in a language that you both do and do not understand, is Nawul Tash, Dizwul Shasotkun, Shasot Jontu Chat Satul Nu Tyuk. Tyuk Jontu Chat Satul Nu Midwan. Midwan Jontu Chat Satul Nu Asha. Asha Jontu Kot Swinot Itsunduyak. Wanokshu Kiasik Nun. Which you translate into what you have heard in terms of what it means, but you realize you do not understand the language itself.
So my interpretation of it is what I have been hearing all along.
Yes.
But
It is at this point that you realize that you were hearing a language you don't understand, but automatically interpreting it. As it repeats back to you.
And I am through the door?
You are through the door.
Is there more to this?
There
To the cross.
is. But you know that now the door is open to you. You have proved yourself worthy of entry, and thus you may enter. And this is not a one-time invitation. This is now something that you have.
Oh, interesting. Yay, Sith Holocron. So, is there like a message that he can just tell it to play? Like, aloud, you know? Or any other information or anything in here?
Allowed to you? Quite possibly. Having it play to everyone around you, you are not sure because, like I said, you have lost the feeling of even the cold metal beneath your paws.
Fair enough. Well, he wants to hear the message.
All right.
And whether Sen is listening or not, he will be repeating the message that he hears.
All right. In that case, there are 3 messages that you can get here. However, you also have the feeling that only one will play willingly right now, and you get to choose.
Do I have any information at all about what the messages are?
Only that there are 3 of them.
He will start with the first then.
All right. In that case, what you're going to hear is a small introduction. And you are going to hear, I am Darth Regis of the Brotherhood of Darkness. It is we who know the truth of the Force, of the weakness of light and the strength of that of which is in the dark, of the shadows which can blind even the brightest light. The Jedi attempt to fight us, and we know that the Jedi eventually will lose. It is in the strength of the dark side that you may find the power to crush all of your enemies before you. Prove yourself worthy of the dark side, and the dark side will provide all that you need. Upon this planet, I have left multiple holocrons, each of which will teach you certain truths and abilities, should you prove worthy of them. However, I do not deal in the weak and infirm. You will prove yourself worthy or die trying. Go to the rest of the temples on this planet. Prove yourself worthy of entry and prove yourself worthy of the holocrons contained within. At which point you will receive one final message from me, at a certain location that you must reach, and that location will be the site of your greatest trial yet. And the message ends.
Okay. He is going to leave, make sure the door stays open, but leave.
This is the name you got, by the way.
Okay. Is he able to actually leave?
You may freely leave.
Cool. Going back to himself and where he's at, what's the situation there?
Well, first of all, you are... It is like being pulled out of a sensory deprivation tank the moment that you leave. You can feel the air in your lungs, the slight cooled air going through your fur, the feel of your paws touching the metal, all of it all at once. Everything that was cut off is now returned to you.
probably especially strongly considering wolf senses, but yay!
Yep, you have gone from nothing to everything again.
He is gonna kind of keep his eyes closed, and just try to focus on one thing at a time. You know,
All
that
right.
kind of try to ignore other senses, focus, let it settle back to normal, move to the next sense. Probably starting with touch, because, you know, the cold floor. And once he's
In that case,
stable again, he'll open his eyes.
yep, I would say in that case you won't have to roll for anything because you're not rushing it. All right. Well, once you do open up your eyes, you do see that the holocron looks like it has changed slightly physically, as it now looks like it has partially opened.
How does Sen look?
Sen looks mildly impressed with you.
He cannot suppress a wag.
Just a single wag.
Yeah, just a single one. So did you hear what I was repeating from it?
Indeed, I did. I did not actually expect you to attempt to open it, much less succeed. However, once you started, I wasn't exactly about to stop you. Maybe if you started convulsing on the floor, I would have, you know, made it so that way you didn't just die on the floor, but no, you actually succeeded.
I didn't think I would either, but there are 2 more messages in there that I did not attempt to open yet. I got the feeling that I'd have to force the other 2 open.
Well, that also means that you opened up one of the messages, though. So, again, that is... you have done a surprisingly good job with this.
Another involuntary tail wag. The tail, it betrays the emotions, you know.
It does, very slightly.
Aw, he loves being praised.
No, CJ, he is not a Sith.
He's a Gen Sarai. At least the old guy is. Sen is. Not that he's exactly told the party that.
I'm sure Fervis at least has his has an idea of where he lies on the light dark side spectrum.
Yeah, which is slightly more dark than light, but overall pretty balanced.
So, where do we go next then?
Well, next would be to the next closest temple. I highly doubt that sitting around and delaying the task will help us in any way.
Probably not. Though I think I could use a nap before we go.
Yes, leaving in the morning is perfectly acceptable. Besides, if I'm correct, multiple of the crew have taken their shore leave, let's say.
For this, well,
And I believe the captain is also currently asleep. So,
was Amy asleep?
Yeah,
Amy went
the
to-
last
Amy
thing
went to
Amy
sleep.
did before the end of the last session was go to bed.
That's right. I should probably tell her that about the beast.
In that case, I believe that she is in her quarters.
So the hallways on this ship, how big are they? Or rather, how small?
So, other people would have to like push themselves against the wall if like, you're passing a little bit in order to like get out of the way. But the walls are like the hallways are of a sufficient size, partially also because you're supposed to be able to move cargo through them.
Okay, fair enough.
So
You're not knocking stuff over by going through the halls.
yeah. It's just that, like, if people want to pass by while you're going through the hallway, they either have to try and, like, slide between your legs or, like, do the side shuffle against the wall.
Either way, they're probably getting a face full of fur.
Probably.
Hope you don't have to turn around in those halls.
We'll just activate the, beep, beep, beep.
I mean, with the way Furvis teleports everywhere, I'm not sure there's much concern anyways.
Yeah, I was
That's
about
true.
to say. He could just teleport around anyway, but, if he is actively walking through the halls, it's a little bit cramped, but, like, in the sort of way where it's like, oh, hey, this is a mildly small hallway.
Well, speaking of, he's gonna teleport to the outside of Amy's door. Actually, he doesn't have much sense of modesty kind of stuff, so right into her room.
Okay. Is there any sound or any sense that someone else is there that I'm able to tell at all from my sleepy state?
I'm going to leave that up to Tal. I don't think so.
I mean, I guess the other part that I would bring up is, and this might be something that you might want to we might want to make, is that the move version has a thing specifically for making it stealthy.
True.
So we might want to consider that, but so I'm going to say for now, at least, it probably does make, like, at least some amount of noise. Probably not, like, a ton, but enough to be noticeable in an otherwise quiet room that you're sleeping in.
All right. In which case, you teleport in, and a a breath later, Amy, from her face down position, has pulled the slug thrower out from under her pillow and is pointing in your direction. You can tell it was reflexive and not a conscious action. And a moment later, she starts to wake up, turn her head. Oh, phew. What are you doing here? Jeez.
He's just
As she
sitting
lowers
there calmly.
the slug thrower. What was that?
He's just sitting in your room calmly.
Next time, knock or something. I could have shot you.
In case you guys are interested, I went ahead and posted your ship's layout.
He is tilting his head What is knock?
So you see the door out over there, right? So to knock is to, and she'll reach up and like, knock on the wall, and then gesture towards the door and say that to the door. It makes a noise to indicate that someone's there who's wanting the attention of someone who's on the inside, and gives the individual inside some a chance to give permission for entry and to get themselves modest if they otherwise aren't beforehand. Also, is going to prevent me from shooting somebody for teleporting into my room randomly. Oh.
He gives a small nod.
Anyways, I assume that you're here for a reason and not just to interrupt my sleep.
The Sith Alchemy Beast got onto the ship.
A Sith Alchemy Beast. Can you tell me more details on what that is? Oh, good. Okay, cool. What is a Sith Alchemy Beast?
What was explained to him by Sen, if anything? I'm drawing a blank.
Just that they were more like they're very customized creations of the Sith, biological in nature. They've been altered in some way.
They are creatures that have been altered by the Sith.
Cool. So some sort of gene messing with stuff. Gotcha. All right. Where'd it come from?
Outside?
No, duh. I didn't bring it here on the ship. Ugh. Would it be easier if I just went and talked to Sen?
It came from the temple that we went to. We do
Thank
not
you.
know if there are more of them. I have closed the door.
Thank you. The crew does know how to get back onto the ship, request it open and close it, so it should be fine when they're done with their shore leave for the night. Closing the door is the right call, definitely. Yeah, thank you. All right. So Alchemy Beast, great. But it's dealt with. We might have to deal with more in later temples, is what you're saying, right?
Correct. And they may
Cool.
be more dangerous. Also, Sen is ready to leave in the morning.
So he's done playing with his little box then.
I was able to open it.
She looks up. You were able to open it. Okay, cool.
He nods. There's a small wag.
Good job. Anything special about that box that I need to know about?
I think that would be best that if you ask Sen that. I'm not sure what is safe to share.
Fair enough. I suppose the biggest question is it going to pose any harm to me or my crew? But I guess talk to Sen about that.
He nods.
All right. Well, thanks for letting me know. In the future, please knock on the door first and let me respond. letting you know whether or not you're allowed in, would be much appreciated. But you did good. You did good coming and letting me know this. Thanks.
And he's teleporting out.
I don't know if I'm ever going to get used to that. Amy
suddenly
gets
giant wolf.
so a giant wolf. Amy gets up, pulling the covers off of her and getting into some comfy clothes before wandering her way down to where Sen was meditating with the box earlier. And is Sen there? Or has he
Sen would
retired
be.
somewhere? Cool.
And
Hey,
Fergus will be
Sen.
right next to him.
There is one box that is out of place in comparison to where you would expect it to be, and there's a slight amount of stain that is still visible from underneath the box, but it is mostly covering it.
Glance over, glance back. I'm guessing that stains the alchemy beast that Fergus mentioned.
Yes, it was.
Cool. Do I need to worry anything about it or others for right now?
Well, right now, I'm not actually quite so sure.
Oh, fun. Okay. And Fergus mentioned that you're ready to move on to the next temple in the morning.
Yes, that would be quite the good time for it. I imagine that considering most of your crew's busy taking advantage of their shore leave, it would not be best to leave immediately.
Of course. I mean, I could call them all back, but that sort of thing, pulling that sort of thing tends to cause riots on ships, and that's not a good thing. So I assume. So that means your box is opened, and you've got news and information from it.
Indeed, I have.
Cool. Is it going to pose any threats while it's aboard the ship?
Only if people find out that I have it.
Cool. Well, I am perfectly fine with not yapping about this box.
That would be highly recommended, yes. I highly doubt that you want a high-ranking Imperial officer showing up.
All I know is that some mysterious old traveler has hired my ship to take him around places. Some mysterious old traveler and his dog, or what I thought was his dog, until yesterday.
Yeah.
Speaking of, hey Fergus, you've been very good with my crew and on this ship. Are you? Just letting you know, I'm considering. Would you like to actually join the crew officially, or for now just stay independent? Either way, you have a place on the ship until further notice.
I will consider it. For now,
Cool.
the Force drew me here.
All right. That is fully acceptable. And as long as you keep being good and to my crew and any passengers I take on, I will consider you a worthwhile asset and who knows, possibly friend.
We can get there.
Sounds good. All right. Well, Seems things are alright and in order then. I'll go ahead and go back to sleep for the night. And if there's anything urgent that I need to know, feel free to knock on my door. Aside from that, try not to teleport into my room, please. I don't want to accidentally shoot you. And I turn around and walk off. Back to my room. All right. And scene change to whoever's next.
All right.
There
In
is
that case,
one thing.
What?
Furvis is going to try calling some of the other crew from the let's see. I will roll this to determine who he starts with. Alright, he's calling Krill.
Yes.
I could use some supplies if you could pick them up.
Okay, what do you need?
Large pillows.
Okay.
Very large pillows.
Largest pillows they have. Anything else?
That would be all.
Okay, I'll pick them up on the way back to the ship.
You know, for being at the bar and party, you sound very depressed.
Oh. This is just how I always am.
A little bit quiet, a little bit depressed, a little bit just.
Well,
that part wasn't in-
She's far away from home.
That comment wasn't in character. Just.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he will hang up.
all right. Which this actually works out rather nicely.
Don't teach my hamster to suck eggs.
Oh dear.
Well, let's see what
I've
that
got the
is, but,
feeling that Krill is about to get fish.
Fish. It's a fish.
Oh, no. Did not expect this, but okay. Send us off to you, Tal.
all right. I will accept this, although it is not of the current scene, so that will come up later. All right. Next up, Ron, are you there? Because I know you're muted right now. So,
Yep, I'm here. Yep.
so both you and Krill have gone to a local bar. You didn't specify which one, so I'm just gonna have you both have gone to the
Seems good.
nearest bar.
Cool beans.
And with that, so this is like, you know, a pretty standard bar where the price of drinks are a little bit more expensive than they need to be, but they're not like ripping you off or anything. It's just like, this is a bar of a major trade port. It's pretty close by, so prices a little bit high, not unreasonable.
Local tourist trap, another trap.
Yeah, basically, like, it's not priced in a way that would actually dissuade people from drinking there, although it is like a credit or two more than it should otherwise really be for some of these drinks.
Right.
It's like the most minor amount of price gouging possible, but it is there.
Makes sense.
Of which there are plenty of interesting characters around. Although I do have a question. Would the two of you sit together, or would you just be going to your own sections of the bar?
Own sections.
All right. In that case, I'm going to roll something real quick. And
Fascinating.
congratulations, Krill. You're being accosted by this individual first.
Awesome. It's just my day.
It is just your day. As you're sitting there, you're in one of like the little like booth area sections, and out of effectively nowhere, and this is very confusing to you because a droid is just going to sit down across from you and partially haphazardly like just drop a large burlap sack like into the booth before sliding in himself. And this is a droid which is very obviously an IG series droid and is a very poorly maintained one at that.
Krill's gonna look at this. And what can I do for you?
A generous bestowal.
Apparently a genuine bestowal.
FoxFiendRG tipped $11.89.
No, you too, Fox Fiend, with the sense.
Well, I mean, they are named Fox Fiend, not Fox Friend.
That is true.
Either way,
Thank you for remembering
away
that.
for a second. So thank you for that donation there, Fox Fiend. We really appreciate it. That would be the first tier of the tip goal completed. Cortex Pressure Tier 1.
Oh dear.
And the IG series will... And it's with, like, you know, a small amount of, like, servo whirring you're able to hear. Like, you know, prop one arm on the table, like, you know, kind of like tilt his head towards the arm, not quite making contact, and then go, "It's not what you can do for me, it's what I can do for you. I am a supplier of many things that you might be interested in. Also known as drugs and highly illegal weapons. Are you interested in any?" I currently have a very nice package deal of various spices, the best spices actually, and thermal detonators. 2 for 1 though, you have to buy them at the same time. Outside of that, you know, I got death sticks, I got some G Ricknet, I got all the stuff that you could possibly want. You know, you seem like you would love, and I do mean love, a nice bit of impact. Glitter stim, maybe? Lesai. You seem like a Lesai individual, and he's just pulling drugs out of his bag, some of which just are literally taped to thermal detonators with, like, scotch tape.
Krill is going to take a sip of her drink and roll her eyes a bit and be like, "Put that away, please, and leave me alone."
I am just a fine businessman attempting to move fine product to the needy individuals of the galaxy.
And I am not interested in your products right now, so please leave.
You said right now, that means you will later. I'll see you later.
Fine, whatever. Just leave.
All right, and the droid will pick up their bag and move on exactly 1 booth down and restart the whole spiel, and you can still hear it.
At least it's not me this time. And she'll go back to her drink.
It's basically being is this basically being broadcasted?
No, it's literally a droid that is going from booth to booth attempting to sell thermal detonators and illicit drugs. Eventually, he will make his way to your booth, Ron. And you will get the exact same spiel. Also, you do realize after he does his whole spiel that means that he just casually dropped a bag filled with illegal drugs, some of which are very reactive and thermal detonators, haphazardly.
Oh, Barnaby would be so into it.
As he approaches booth, Ron will probably try to. Ron will try to hold up the stuff to hold a sec before asking. Ask, why are you in such bad shape?
I'm not in bad shape at all whatsoever. I just tend to source all of my parts myself. Anyways, I'm Rust Pile. Good to meet you. And with a slightly messed up like, you know, droid arm, it's gonna like reach out for a handshake.
Ron takes a quick look at the hand. Does it look like it would stab him making that handshake by accident?
No, but it does look like it, like, you know, it's very capable of grabbing things. It's just, like, very notably in disrepair, and this droid didn't introduce themselves with a proper designation. They just literally called themselves Rust Pile to your face.
I see you didn't give your designation.
That's because I don't know it. Anyways, you gonna shake my hand or no? I mean, gonna leave me hanging here?
Ron will gingerly shake the hand.
Alright, as you do so, what was obviously once an integrated blaster will fall out of his arm, and he'll quickly scoop it up and reattach it.
I'm not interested in your wares. It's not Rust. But actually, looking over the droid, looking over him would would a tech roll be able to tell if there's a way to be able to help him that wouldn't cost a lot? I guess is the question.
You know, first I'd ask for an appraise roll.
Okay, I'm gonna fail that probably, but we'll take a shot at it.
There's just imagine, like, there is literally so much wrong that you have to make an appraise roll to know where to even begin.
Oh god. Okay.
This thing is very aptly named, even if they are strange.
Alright. I probably should do that. Anyway. Interesting roll setup. Rod looks like, but not. It's a mumble something under the breath, but probably said, well, trying to work things. It is a pleasure to meet you, Rust. But I am in no need for anything you're asking for. I'd be careful also. You don't want to explode by accident.
Oh, please. Mr. Rust was probably my father. Wait. Maker, creator, whatever you want to call it. Whatever. Call me Rust Pile.
Anyway, it is a pleasure to make acquaintance, but I am not interested in your goods, and I would say be careful.
Oh, don't worry. Careful is my non-existent middle name. and he's going to snatch up his bag of rattling together thermal detonators and go to the next booth.
Why do you make sway out of bar before it blows up? No.
Yeah.
Regardless of how absolutely messed up this droid looks, Ron, you would definitely know that it is obviously an IG series droid, and thus, even in a state of disrepair, could probably still like beat up half of this bar pretty easily.
This is true.
It has the most it could have the most garbage parts possible, and it would still be absolutely deadly. Which makes it all the more confusing why it's walking around a bar trying to sell people drugs and thermal detonators. Out of what's essentially a burlap sack.
Yeah.
Well, there's your random NPC interaction for having gone to the bar.
Yeah.
Interesting characters you meet at the bar.
Yep, congratulations. You all have, well, at least two of you have officially met Rustpile the droid. The droid who apparently doesn't know his own designation and is walking around with some of the most restricted and highly illegal objects in the universe.
And broadcasting it.
And actively telling anyone who listens.
Mm-hmm. So Krill's gonna finish her drink and then pay her tab and then immediately nope out of that bar.
Alright.
Just takes his drink slow, but then we'll follow we'll head back in the direction of the ship soon after.
You've decided better than spending too much of your time in this particular area.
Yeah.
For the moment, yes. Also, Ron's tired. He's worked a hard day.
That is fair.
Krill just doesn't want to deal with the inevitable Imperial presence that's gonna show up.
True point.
Yeah, someone's gonna radio that in.
Yep. All right. Regis, you were going around shopping, right?
Yeah. I had a couple of things I had needed to pick up.
All right. Well, you wouldn't really have any trouble, like, going to stores and buying them. But, interestingly, while you're going around and picking up items, you will see a pair of Imperial stormtroopers stopping and talking to people along the street.
Okay. First thought is, what do these stormtroopers look like they're doing? Are they holding like scanners or sensors? Are they stopping people? Or are they just like randomly going through? Is this like a checkpoint, or is this just they're going by and asking questions to people? Like, what do I kind of sense out of this environment that I'm looking at these?
Well, what's immediately obvious, it's hard to get a read on what exactly their intentions are without an insight check, but what is visually available is that one of them seems to be, like, asking most of the questions, and another one is holding a data pad.
Okay. So yeah, they're definitely doing some sort of investigation of some sort, but it doesn't seem like I have. Well, I'm not going to act like I'm nervous about it. I presume where I need to go is past these folks.
Yeah, you're going further down this street.
Yep. Regis is going to stick to his old standard of you are more suspicious if you look like you're nervous. So just act like there's nothing going wrong.
Yep, they do seem to be stopping as many people as possible, so it's likely that you'll get stopped, but also they probably aren't looking for you in particular for any reason, so like...
That's my thoughts, exactly.
Alright, I'll go ahead and have them roll a perception check. What is your subterfuge? Like, just how many dots in subterfuge do you have?
In subterfuge, I believe I have one subterfuge dot.
Alright, I was just rolling a check to see if they would make it past your passive subterfuge. And they definitely have. They got like 7 successes. If they got a 0 or lower, that you literally would have been able to slip by them without any questions, though. So,
all right, good to know.
But that is a mechanic. You do have passive skills, and but yes, you will be stopped by the pair of stormtroopers, and they're going to go. Well, the one talking is going to go, hold there for a second, citizen. We have some questions for you.
Oh, all right, officer. How may I be assistance?
So we are looking for a small list of individuals. Some we have some pictures of. Other ones we unfortunately don't have anything but a description. However, if you have seen anyone that matches any of these descriptions, please do let us know. And the one with the data pad will go ahead and turn it around and flick through some images. None of which are people you recognize in any way. Most of them are humans. A couple of them are some other species. One is a Murialan, so on and so forth. A little bit of a grab bag, but mostly humans. And partway through the list, it will be that they are looking for someone dressed in what is likely to be red armor. No picture given.
Can't say I've seen any of these, but some certainly do stand out. Probably spot them in a crowd.
Probably yes, but... So you're saying that you haven't seen anyone that matches any of these descriptions?
No, sirs. I have not. And you'd notice someone looking like that down the streets.
Well, if you happen to see anything, please go ahead and call one of the local Imperial garrisons. And have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too, officer. Thanks for keeping the peace.
Regis, would you like to roll an appraise check on them?
Sure. Right. Appraise check. That would be appraisals 1. Expertise, that would be cunning in this situation. And then the other part is mind. So that's mind, cunning, appraisal, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 dots. So then just going to open that up. Trying to find the roll. There it is. Put that in the virtual tabletop.
A very good result.
So what am I picking up?
What you're picking up is that, very interestingly, the one with the data pad, armor exactly identical to that of regular stormtroopers, but the weaponry is the same model, but it has some strange attachments. It actually has some higher quality attachments than you're used to seeing. And given this individual's rank, that is very strange. If you want more, if you want to, you've recognized that this is a thing. If you want to try to identify what subset this stormtrooper is a part of, that would be lore.
Okay. So lore would be lore. This is also street smart, so this is lore, cunning, mind. So it'd be the same roll. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really that versed in stormtrooper etiquette yet. I'm trying
That's
to keep my distance from the Empire the most I can.
You could try and soul or body if you want.
Okay, I mean I don't use those very often, so let's see what should I use here. Okay, so to use that, I would have to use it's two. Oh no, that's soul and bot. I'm thinking the wrong thing. Yep. So yep. So I would want to, at the very least, re-roll that one. That's a soul, right? Or that's...
Yeah,
That'd be a
that's
soul.
soul.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Body would be re-rolling the 5 and the 3.
All right.
Oh, I'm never quite so comfortable as when I'm at least 6 feet under.
Jimmond_ has purchased 25 tabletop cards packs.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Demon, thank you so much for that purchase. I just got back, and thank you for that tip, FoxFiend. I really appreciate your guys' support.
There we go.
There you go.
Turn the one into a sense, so that goes from a 0 to a 2.
It does. Now, it takes a second for it to click in your head, because you really don't see this that often. However, out of a little bit of having seen them around before, you've now realized something.
Congrats on
I
the
wonder
rare
who got
card.
that. I wonder who got that. You realize some critical information. That particular stormtrooper is an ISB stormtrooper.
ISB.
Imperial Security Bureau.
Okay. So that gentleman is very important. That means there's something going on of Imperial's internal security.
Yep.
Basically,
let me give you
Imperial spy.
Basically, this is the equivalent of realizing the cop you're talking to is a mix between the KGB and the CIA.
Oh boy.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's interesting.
That's good to know. And I'm
This guy
going
could probably tell the other one to shoot you in broad daylight, and they would.
and the
And
fact
no
that he's
one would
using
bat
plain
an
clothes.
eyelash.
Yeah, he's definitely doing the in plain sight thing. He's looking like a normal stormtrooper, but his gear is like that. I guess it would be important for me to look out for things like this, so I guess it makes sense that I might have recognized it, but
Yep.
wow.
The armor is entirely identical. The only tip-off is that he has a slightly better gun than he should for its rank.
Mm-hmm. And I would have looked at it and I'd have realized that's not something he bought locally, and Imperials are pretty strict about that sort of thing. So, yeah, well,
Yeah.
real
These are
pleasure.
the kind
Long.
of people where they could also use the line, I will make it legal.
Yeah, and of course,
Here's one of the taglines. We're the Imperial Security Bureau. What we say is principle, what we decide is regulation, what we do is law.
And whoever you order shot is dead?
So you do understand.
whoever they
That's
shot is a
the
criminal.
completion of the quote. Well, if they shot him, obviously they're a criminal.
Yeah, this is definitely like the sort of person I don't want to acknowledge that I even know that he is one of those things, and so yeah, I'm just gonna keep going on my way.
You've
But
realized, hey, wait, this is actually really dangerous. Let me leave.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like that's interesting looking gun, but yeah, just moving on.
Moving on. They will continue to question people in the street.
So yeah, I'm not even gonna say that over communicator channels because yeah, that's important. But I'm gonna wait until
Considering that you
possibly
know that
being
they could
monitored.
use whatever nominally illegal shit they wanted to, they could probably calm sniff you. So
yeah, they have all the licenses. Yeah, and they're like the whole secret
fun
spy.
fact, they actually have something called the an Imperial X license, where they're able to use literally any illegal item they want.
I literally have the Ron Swanson, I can do what I want pass.
Basically, they can do what they want. So long as they succeed. If they fail, they'll probably get killed.
What an interesting person to be. Anyhow. That's not the kind of attention. Oh. Ah. I'm just glad that we're not on any of this ISB lists at this point.
Could be later. That could be a
We've
life goal for you.
I had a life goal thought of that. I kind of hinted to it, but but no, not wanting to be on the list is a good thing. But yes, so I will have moved on from the checkpoint and tried to pick up all the things that I could from my shopping list, and then I would head back to the ship because that's where everyone else is. I would hook up my comms and I might say I'm heading back, but I wouldn't mention any of the things that I saw.
Oh, I'm never quite so comfortable as when I'm at least 6 feet under.
Oh boy.
Nothings has purchased 10 tabletop cards packs.
Started to think this game is very popular.
Thank you for that purchase, Ido.
Oh dear, another legendary card.
Well, we're safe for at least for one more week.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of, Krill still has to buy jumbo size or whatever the largest size pillow this marketplace has before going back to the ship.
You remember it good.
Which means she might have a run-in with the ISB search squad.
All right. So for those sorts of purchases, you know, you'd be able to quickly go in. If you want, you could also meet up with the security checkpoint.
I will leave that up to you, oh storyteller, sir.
In that case, it's a yes.
Darn.
I gave you the option to back out. You said it's up to you, so you're doing it now.
Joy.
And as you as you know you approach, they're going to look at you and go, "Hold there, Imperial citizen. We have some questions for you."
Krill will stop and look at the stormtroopers and be like, "Yes, how can I be of assistance?"
Have you seen anyone with any of these descriptions? Some are picture, some are only by word description. And the one with the data pad will turn and show you the various individuals. Again, with most of them having pictures, none of them being people you're familiar with. And interestingly, one of the only people without a picture is that they are looking for someone that is likely to be wearing red armor.
Krill will look through the pictures and the description and say, I have not seen any of these individuals, or nor seen anybody that fits the description.
All right, well, please keep an eye out for any of these individuals, and if you do happen to see any of them, please call the nearest Imperial garrison.
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Would you like to give me the appraisal?
Okie dokie. Let's see. Well, this is going to be not a lot of dice, but I'll give it a shot. Two.
All right. With that, give me the lore check.
Okay. Gonna stole the one. So 2 again.
All right. With that, you would also be able to recognize that you are currently talking with an ISB stormtrooper.
Wonderful. Out of character. And Krill will then proceed to head back to the ship in as calm a manner as possible.
All right. Will you be completing your shopping trip?
Yes.
All right.
She will head to the stall and ask the vendor for the largest size pillow they possess.
In that case, they will be offering you the hut-sized luxury pillow.
Oh dear, how much is that gonna cost?
The hut-sized luxury pillow. That might actually work for
Yes.
for the wolf. For Furvis.
The hut-sized luxury pillow is 125 credits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I can handle that.
It is after all, still just a pillow. This is like outrageously expensive for a pillow.
Yes, I know.
Will you be purchasing the hut-sized luxury pillow? Krill?
Did you not hear me?
No.
No,
Oh, I guess my computer doesn't really like it when I have my character sheet pulled up. Yes, I will be purchasing the pillow. I had to check to see how many credits I had.
All right. Please obtain the hut-sized luxury pillow. It is 1 bulk.
Okay.
Because it is very massive, but also like fairly lightweight.
I was actually expecting more bulk.
It would be more, but you bought a luxury pillow.
True enough.
It's probably vacuum packed.
it might be.
It does actually have like a covering on it.
But
so it might be.
She will take the pillow and head immediately back to the ship.
All right. So, Barnaby, have we retrieved you?
We have retrieved me.
Nice. All right. So you were going out and looking for someone, correct?
Yes.
You had performed a ritual, made yourself rather sick, and managed to keep it down anyway.
Yes.
I almost forgot about that.
I was also seen.
You were. You did this very publicly, actually.
I did.
I have the most fascinating crew.
I was waiting for the Imperial agents to be looking for me.
You have not given it enough time that they might be interested in you.
Have you fucking seen an Ewok?
Don't worry, I'm sure that Barnaby can make the list one day. And that
It
one
may
day
not
might
be
be
even
pretty
that far in the
soon.
future.
You've been here literally. You did this literally today. They don't have you on a list yet.
They look at you and be like, please, Scrub, you have to actually try to get on our lists.
Okay, I'll puke on your shoes.
That
yes,
would probably
Barnaby-
just get you shot.
A very short list.
So, you get the feeling that you are supposed to be going in one direction, according to what your little ritual has told you, and that is into a part of town that is very quickly and obviously becoming far less prosperous than the generalized area around the very public like landing pad area.
Excellent.
And having found at least one of the local areas of economic destitution, you start seeing more and more homeless people.
I'm in the right place.
Are you going to attempt to converse with one of the various homeless people around, or are you going to go deeper into the economic destitution?
Oh, he'll go a little deeper before asking around.
All right. What sort of an individual would Barnaby be looking for? After all, there are many valid targets here, actually.
Oh, yes. But Barnaby is looking for the pinnacle of suffering at the moment.
In that case, please roll me an appraise check.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, I've been red texted. Very well then. Try once more, you shitty computer. Incompatible version, my ass. I updated it yesterday.
Actually, it might be.
I don't think it's me because I told it to update. Whether or not it successfully did so, I don't know because I clicked the button and then walked away.
I mean, it worked for all of
I mean,
us.
All the rest of us updated today, and
Yeah,
I've connected.
I think at some level they do like constant patching. So
Good night,
I'll
Guroi.
figure this out.
All right, Kure.
I mean, while you're trying to get that to work, do you want someone else to roll the dice for you? And
Yes, just
So-
4 will be fine.
4 dice.
Yes.
You got -1 successes by the looks of it.
I squint my eyes slightly.
Do you use any of your any resources?
Note to self: don't let FoxFiend roll to me.
Fair. Maybe someone else should roll the re-roll if you decide to re-roll it. Yeah, Barnaby, you still there?
Well, I guess I'll use a soul because I have to
Alright.
have a 1 in there.
So, a soul to re-roll then.
it's solar reroll a 1.
So we will re-roll a 1. Okay. Re-roll a 1. All right. So that brings up to a net of 0.
Determining which homeless is in the most anguish is difficult today, apparently. Well, there isn't a better environment for rituals than here. Well, certain rituals, anyway. All right, let's just go find someone that may be either twitching or frothing at the mouth as of this moment, and let's begin our diagnostics.
Just walk up to a random person and just, you are sick. Let me help. No.
As long as they've got as long as they've got 1 or 2 of the prerequisites, then yes.
All right. So, the individual that you walk up to first is their eyes are going to be darting around. They look like they are probably on some form of hallucinogenics. And you also feel, as you approach them, something like poking at your head. Like, not like physically, just mentally.
What is this? What is this feeling?
You want to know, please roll either a medicine or lore check.
How many dice and who do you want to
Would
roll?
my specialty apply here? Unlikely. It is a medical specialty.
What's the specialty?
Shamanic doctor.
Actually,
Probably
it will.
more. Ooh. Then I will be rolling at 6 dice.
All right. And the last time I rolled for you, it didn't go very well. Who do you want to roll?
Oh, don't worry. I'm entering the room as of this moment. I'll be able to do it myself. But thank you.
Ah, okay.
I know these signs. I've felt them before. But I will not be breaking out into a Disney song. Not today. I'm here.
Hey.
They're not happy to see me today.
Net zero.
All right.
At least it's not.
You bitchin'. Guess I do have one other soul.
You could also
Let's-
willpower.
Yes, my singular willpower. Maybe a 2 is fine. Maybe
2 successes is not bad.
no.
All right.
That pair of ones does mock me. Fine, I shall willpower.
Ooh, okay.
How dare you? Al. The dice are spicy today.
That's a-
funny
that's
you
a word
should
for it.
mention. Funnily, you should mention that. Are you sticking with that now?
I haven't.
Or would you like to use a fortune?
Remind me of their mechanic, because if I get a -1 one more time, I'm going to flip something.
All right. So with a fortune,
Very well.
you can freely willpower or vigor, even if you've already used one. Introduce a minor Deus Ex Machina fact to the game, like saying you've stockpiled rations and rebreathers in an escape pod. Or use it to positively or negatively affect the difficulty of a roll.
I believe tempting, but not for something of this scale.
Well,
Chat just gave you a reroll.
First off, we need you to roll 1d10. You gotta
You're
take a
gambling right
gamble. Okay, you get a +1.
So now you're rolling 7 dice. You can either use a fortune or a party reroll.
Okay. Did Chet actually just hand me a reroll?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they handed
Yes.
a party one, but I'm good with you using it.
Feel free
Fair
to use
enough.
it.
The situation is humorous. Now watch. For the 3rd time in a row. No, it did not happen for the third time in a row. I'll take my soul back. Thank you. I shove it back into my pocket.
You keep your soul in your pocket?
Where else would I keep it?
I hear they're tasty.
No, this is a valuable currency. Who eats money? Who eats money?
All right. With that, you would realize what this is because it's one of the first things that you encountered upon leaving your little forest moon of Endor, which is you realize that this person is under the effects of something called glitter stim, a very rare variant of spice.
Ooh.
Some people who take glitter stim gain temporary telepathic abilities when they're under its effects. It's also highly addictive and hallucinogenic.
Oh. What are the side effects?
Side effects. It also causes extreme paranoia.
He smiles up at them. Oh, you poor fool. Oh, you poor...
Yep, so it is addictive. It causes a large amount of paranoia. And has a very nasty overdose. Now, this person is not currently full-on, like, lethal overdose, but they're having a minor overdose.
Good day, sir. You seem unwell.
They are not going to respond right now, but, like, the mental breathing you hear gets heavier.
My, such exertions must be tiring you out. Have you discovered things you wish you hadn't? Ambient thoughts bothering you? Other people around you?
Seeing the truth right now.
Yes, of course. Or at least unfiltered thoughts that most people prefer not to air in polite company. Well, that doesn't mean it's not true. It's just that those are the things that people don't say aloud. So how are you faring? You seem to be stressed.
Feel the spiders.
Okay,
They're
okay.
crawling.
No, hold on. Those are just the mind spiders. They'll leave them alone if you can successfully ignore them. That, however, is indeed actually the hard part, though. Since they're very noticeable, aren't they?
I feel them crawl.
Would you like me to do something about that?
Please roll either a presence or persuasion.
I will be rolling presence, as he has nothing in persuasion. This is not the face of your party.
I don't know, that roll, you might be.
No.
Yeah, not bad.
Would you bring
what
Barnaby to
expertise did you use?
diplomatic talks?
No.
My expertise. I used cunning.
In that case, the slightly ODing addict will just go, "You look like you eat the spiders. You can keep them away."
I do. They know me. They know to run. Would you like to run?
Would you like to run?
It's polite to ask. I've been told.
At this point, he's just more like his eyes are darting around again as he's probably looking at hallucinogenic spiders that aren't there as they crawl around, judging by how he's looking around.
Barnaby is hefting his staff.
All right, what would Barnaby like to do?
Well, he is assuming that he's been given consent.
That's always a great start to things.
I mean, it kind of sounds like it. Maybe.
Just to put it out there, we here at CGF encourage proper consent be given.
Yes.
Do not assume consent. Do not
Yes,
do
but
this at home.
Barnaby is...
Don't do this at home.
No one should do anything that Barnaby does ever. Such as, don't eat out of the garbage. Don't do that. Don't intentionally make yourself sick to perform some ambient ritual that you think might lead to something. Some small clue, maybe.
I would only make myself sick to get out of going to work.
Also bad.
Cute that you think your work would let you get out of work for something as simple as being sick.
Yes,
I
I
know,
was
right?
indeed foolish.
So, what does it do to the body?
The drug?
Yes.
Okay. So, Glitter Stim is basically a extreme hallucinogenic. It is a variant of spice. So, spice is a very it's a very like invigorating. It's an upper.
Mm.
So it causes like certain levels of euphoria. And basically he is on a stimulant that's giving him extreme paranoia.
Okay. Okay. So then he's very reactive. Oh.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I just heard a Discord leave and reconnect sound.
That was me. My internet is being weird tonight.
Okay. Barnaby. Will he do a ritual to stop this, or something a bit more kinetic?
Just so that way people are aware, spice is a slang term for a family of drugs that induce mind-altering effects.
My only thought when he said kinetic was percussive maintenance, and he just whacks the guy over the head with his staff. And
I
that's
mean,
how
if
he
he's
deals with them.
unconscious,
Yeah.
he's not freaking out.
And here I
Would give
thought
him
it
a
was
bit more time to flush it from his system.
blow to the belly, make him purge it that way.
I don't know if he I don't know. We're not sure if he ingested it that way. And getting answers of him right now is difficult. However, he is going to ask if he has a lighter.
They're going to shake their heads. Fun fact, glitter stem is so sensitive that letting light hit it activates it.
Oh.
As you can tell, it is a very safe substance.
Oh, yes.
It is photoactive. A photoactive, highly addictive, paranoia-inducing substance.
He's going to nod and reach into his cloak to pull out one vial. And, like, holding it away from himself will, like, slowly unscrew the top and hold it somewhat under this man's nose.
All right.
It
What is
smells like
vial?
sewage and mud.
All right. Is this actually any sort of medicine, or is it just something random that Barnaby is pulling out?
It's one of Barnaby's, let's call them makeshift smelling salts.
All right. In that case, please give me a craft check. Let's see how strong you made this batch.
Right? Craft, I got. Would Shamanic Doctor also apply to this?
I'll say no for the dice, but yes for you getting the proficiency craft. So basically, you'll get the full success value.
Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How dare you?
Well, you did get that soul back.
I did get that soul back. I guess it's time to use it. Apparently not. Apparently. This is not something I'm that invested in.
Oh, so you don't want to use a fortune?
For how strong my improvised smelling salt is? No.
You could.
Good.
You could.
You could.
Well,
You could.
Just saying you could.
I need more party consent than that.
Do it.
No.
Keep
Oh, come on.
I do not want to give Tal that much power. At
I
least
have
not this
seven
soon.
of them.
Get it?
I have
give Tal all the
7
power.
of them that I could use right now.
Tal already has 7.
Chat
Well,
already
he's gonna
All
decided.
Alright,
right. Well,
anyway.
the chat has decided that your dice were vaporized. So
I understand. Very well then.
So that's how you get your soul back.
Yeah, you
I
get
must
the
have a
boost back again.
I
he
must
gets
have
his
a
boost back.
string on this soul because I keep pulling it back out of the vending machine like a yo-yo.
Well, you see, the problem is that as many times as you're putting it into the vending machine, the item you're trying to get is continually stuck.
So it
Case
seems.
in point.
Wow.
The dice gods have spoken.
I was in the middle
Okay.
of saying it, and it happens.
The dice gods have spoken.
Yeah.
So, about that
Apparently.
fortune.
I'm in a worse
Without a fortune.
situation before now. I'm in a worse.
oh yeah, that was a epic card.
Oop.
What?
The vaporize was apparently too high of a value of a card.
I forgot about
oh.
that.
Oh well.
I mean, it didn't change anything.
Well, I sent it back, but
It didn't. It technically speaking, it only made things worse. So,
Worse.
so yeah, you're only at a -1 instead of -2.
do you want to botch this craft, or do you want to use some fortune, perhaps?
Perhaps
I-
maybe so
Oh, wait,
fortune.
Actually,
We
If we're
alternate
going back
one
to the
fortune and
previous one,
misfortune.
it would not be a botch.
It'd be a 0.
well, hold on. What if I want the botch, though? What if I accidentally poison this man and then have just picked out the wrong vial? We rarely indulge in these botches, you know.
I mean, you could. You could.
I mean, the dice gods did kind of decree it. We've rolled again and again.
And then we end
So-
up with the Ewok in the ISB's little list of people.
Straight up knocks the guy out. Oh, wrong one.
They'll send
I
him out
want-
from the ISB.
I want to see what happens.
Okay.
I'm
Sadly,
taking
you are
-1.
You're willingly botching this. Got it.
I think it will be very funny.
Sadly, because you did attempt to modify it, you do not get the extra boost die, though.
Yeah. You don't get a boost from it, but you do get the funny botch result.
Yes. Very funny.
And with this, you are going to put this vial under this man's nose. And this man is almost immediately going to start having a rather dramatic and visceral reaction to this. Yell about how the spiders are entering his nose, and about half a second later, start to drool out of his mouth and pass out.
He will recork the vial and say, like, wait, what did I hold under his nose? He'll look at it.
It is the same color as the thing you were attempting to use, except that it is very obviously the wrong vial.
Oops, that's the neurotoxin. Oops.
Oops, that's
Oh,
neurotoxin.
darn, I gave him the strychnine instead of the smelling salt.
It would have been nice if that was just the absinthe.
Maybe label your files. No.
You want Barnaby to label his vials? What?
Then people will know.
Yeah, then they'd know what he's carrying.
You don't have to label them something that other people would know, just something you would recognize.
How dare you tell a very qualified medicinal doctor like Barnaby that he needs to label his vials?
Hold on. 6 more accidents, and then I'll do it.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Once upon a time, I'd said 10. This
If
was
you
number
asked-
4.
If you asked Amy to buy you a labeler, she would. She absolutely
No.
would get you a labeler if you asked her.
No. I will not handicap myself so easily. Or rather, I will not give myself such a handicap.
He will remember.
He is going to check the vitals once again of this formerly tweaking man.
All right. So they are rather wonky, at least at first inspection. Because, and I'm giving you this without the roll because, this is fairly obvious considering he's both simultaneously knocked out and twitching.
He's just gonna go through it, TM.
So if you want additional information, go ahead and roll. But I'm just letting you know, like, very obvious on that one.
Seizures. I'm familiar with this.
You're also familiar with the glittery spice, but we saw how that went.
Not a lot, but
Something.
You do realize that given the mix of what he had in his system and what you gave him, at the very least, he's probably going to be unconscious for another couple of hours. If he makes it through it, which you're not very sure of.
well, my work here is done. As he'll just drag him over to prop him on something.
Make sure he doesn't drown in his own drool or something.
Yep. Head up, facing downwards. Leaning forward just a little bit. Yeah, there's a good slouch. There's a good slouch.
Teddy bear
Well,
just
Barnaby, as you said, your
adjusting
work
the
here is done.
posture.
All right, now time to take my payment. He is no longer conscious, so I will say that he has been very generous to me.
It turns out he has nothing.
Are
Well,
you
well,
just
see-
mugging this guy?
He's trying to rob a man on Skid Row. What is he gonna get?
Ideally,
Oh.
the rest of his drugs.
I was about to say, you do find one additional package of glitter stem on him.
will do nicely. This will do.
Hey, you're doing him a favor. If he takes it, obviously he'll be in a bad position.
Yes, it seems that he's not very good at determining his own dosage.
Well, Barnaby, you have successfully saved this man and taken your payment.
Yep. On to my next patient.
Oh no!
Oh dear.
Is this just gonna be your whole night? Not gonna come back to the ship during the night?
And I see this is why
I have
Fergus-
acquired drugs. Who wants some?
Oh my!
All right.
Oh no.
Well, instead of just going situation by situation, how about you just give me a medical check?
I will. Does shamanic doctor apply?
Yes.
Okay. Barnaby is less interested in money, as you might have noticed. He is more eager to barter for resources that he can use, maybe in making other medicine.
Yeah.
But if someone wants to purchase his medicines, that's another story.
I do
Get
believe
out of here!
I do believe that quite a while ago I sent you a Kenshi video that included someone named Dr. Obobo, and I feel like that fits very well with Barnaby right now.
I am not Dr. Obobo.
Of course, you could never be as good at a doctor as Dr. Obobo.
One day. One day. But
For those who are
can
unaware,
someone shake these ones off of me? Can someone
yeah, for those who are not aware, basically in a game, someone modded their character to have minus 100 first aid skills, so the moment he touched you to heal you, all of the blood would leave your body.
Oh no.
Oh dear heavens!
Barnaby desires this power.
And every time that he successfully completed an operation of removing all the blood from someone's body faster than any weapon, he would then steal their pocket change as part of his medical payment.
Presto, you're cured of life. I'll take my money now.
Oh my gosh!
It's true.
Which I just have to bring up because Barnaby just botched on someone trying to apply medicine and then proceeded to rummage through their pockets for what he could find as part of his medical payment.
Well, he didn't try to steal their credits.
Only because he probably didn't have any.
Yeah.
Did he? No.
He did not have
No.
any credits on him. He had drugs.
Oh, okay. This
Drugs.
is fine for Barnaby. A+ customer.
We are trusting this guy with our health.
Want
Yep.
some glitter sticks?
We might have a problem.
Well,
I don't have
Barnaby,
anesthetics, but I do have hallucinogenics. Now prepare for the operation. You are going under in a different way.
If it weren't for the fact that you actually have genuine skill in the skill, it'd be. Oh my God.
Amy, where did you find this guy?
He was real cheap.
Mala, the
I get
answer is
paid?
Barnaby.
He showed up and did barely want anything to work for my crew.
I asked for alcohol and drugs.
Which were easy enough to supply.
Also,
I see.
Mala asked if you would want Barnaby or Rain as a healer. The answer is Barnaby.
Now we call these learning opportunities.
All right. So with
least-
the rest of these, Barnaby, you are mildly more successful in the actual medical treatment, as in you don't have to decrement your wrong vial counter by 1 at all during this.
Yes, no more mistakes. My vials remain unlabeled.
At least he's getting the mistakes out on other people instead of the crew.
Yeah.
Barnaby calls this good field training.
Because as he's well aware, eventually all of the party will turn into a bunch of drug addicts anyway.
But not necessarily. Then I'll do the ritual to purge them of your system. And hopefully
Bonk.
only those.
Bonk.
Well, no. Then I'll get to treat you again. For the side effects that I induced from the ritual.
Big pharma and a little bear.
So, anyways, how does force healing work, Tal?
Well,
Barnaby doesn't want to resort to force healing. Goodness me.
As for force healing, unfortunately, as you are not sequel characters, you actually have to train really hard to unlock that.
We are not sequel characters?
Yeah. Because in the prequels, Anakin ran around trying to learn how to do that and was like unable to. It almost never came up in the original trilogy, and then in the sequels, Rey just picks it up because with literally no instruction.
Pretty much.
Yep.
I mean,
They then proceed to use it to revive people.
there is also the consideration of they had it in the Old Republic.
They did, but they actually had to train for it. And also, you're kind of really low on instructors right now, actually.
Sin seems more aligned to no drain life rather than heal.
Hey, look, Sen is on the darker side of balance, but at least he's still balanced.
Yes, I am strongly adherent to both sides of the Force. They have their advantages. It's just that, well, blood is so easy to come by. Speaking of which, how much does Barnaby make? Because he might be attempting to socialize while he's treating people.
Alright, as for how much you would make...
Barnaby hopes it's drugs.
I was about to say, fortunately for you, although this would be more unfortunately for other people, you're trying to engage in barter system with a bunch of drug addicts who spend all of their credits on drugs anyway. So, you're getting this stuff like spare alcohol and low quality drugs.
This works for Barnaby. He can make these into other things. Better things. Trust Barnaby.
All right. With that, you just get small amounts of alcohol and low-level spice.
Yep. That's fine. Barnaby is content with this, but he is asking for local suppliers, and why they buy.
All right. With that, as quote unquote helpful as you are being, they are not going to tell you the local dealers or about their life story.
Damn. Fine, I'll be back later. Stay unhealthy.
I don't think you have to worry about that part.
I'll be back later. Stay unhealthy.
You stay drug addicts, you wild kids. Goodbye.
Is this guy actually a doctor? No.
He's an honest doctor, is what he is.
You know, I just
And
get
in
the feeling
some
that
circles, that should
eventually,
be commendable.
you know, Barnaby's just going to end up turning into like the witch doctor variant of the TF2 medic.
Maybe. But now that he's established himself, sort of, the next time he comes back, he's going to start with his more exotic treatments for hopefully better results.
Ah, yes, okay, well, now that I've proven myself slightly, time to immediately go experimental.
Next time he comes back, all the addicts
It's time for
run.
chanting and fire and blood. But first, I'll need a bucket.
So do you make your way back to the ship at some point during the night, or?
Yes, of course. He's not going to sleep with the homeless. They might steal their payment from him.
Yeah, of course he's not going to sleep with the homeless. Now he has drugs.
Now he has drugs.
I know.
All right. So both Krill and Regis would be able to return back in obviously pretty fast. Ron as well, because you were heading out a little bit after. So basically, for a little bit, it's going to be everyone except for Barnaby back at the ship.
Krill will drop
I'm
off
asleep.
the luxury hut pillow to Fervis. Be like, here you go. This is the biggest pillow I could find.
I am assuming it is more than big enough for Fervis.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Thanks. How much do I owe you?
It was, what, 175?
25.
125 credits.
Fervis will, the pouch on his, mechanical leg will just open and the credits will float out.
Krill will take them. Say thank you.
And Fervis is taking the pillow over to the side of the hanger and setting it out and laying down to sleep.
All right. This pillow is large enough that you can just lay across it. You don't even have to curl up, although obviously curling up would probably be more comfortable still.
Well, yeah, and of course he's got to go in a circle a couple of times before laying down.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it.
All
just
right.
it for Fervis.
Well, while they're doing that, Regis would have been looking around for the captain or wherever Amy is. She's asleep though, I presume?
Yes, she was asleep in her quarters.
In that case, it'll have to wait till morning. What Regis might do, though, is he will fiddle with his new electronic that he purchased.
Krill is going to her cabin to retire.
And nobody notices the smear.
Krill is too preoccupied with the presence of the ISB on this planet.
Well,
Barnaby is going into his workshop. He's got some things to make.
so to be clear, the smear's in the same room that you're sleeping in, correct? The cargo area?
Yep.
Well, initially I was going to use this bioscanner to scan Furvis. Whether or not I pick up the strange thing on the floor at the same time.
I'll say no because it's not currently a life sign.
Okay. But yes, I definitely was going to scan Furvis.
Ah. I think that might require subterfuge.
Aren't you going to sleep?
Well, you'd still probably need to do a subterfuge in order to, like,
Okay. Okay.
in order
I
to
mean,
not
are-
wake them up even if they do go to sleep.
Are you trying to do it without his notice?
Ah, I see. Yeah, initially I would have been just like tinkering with the device as I would appear, but then I would kind of casually switch from tinkering the device to testing the device, and in testing the device, I may be scanning Furvis. Is
In
what
that
I
case,
would
yeah,
do.
you're going to need a subterfuge.
Hey, Furvis, I got something to test. Would you mind holding still for a moment? No.
Well, he's doing that anyways, so it's just convenient.
So, Arf would probably be still monitoring things.
Very likely, yes.
Just stares down
Does it-
Regis.
Well, first I need to know what Regis's subterfuge is.
Okay, so my passive subterfuge.
No, like
would...
you're making a subterfuge check for this.
Okay.
You're
Well, that would
actively
be-
doing something.
So that would be mind. If I'm trying to be clever about this, that would be cunning. And then subterfuge, that would be so that'd be a total of 4 dots.
So you'd roll 4 dice then.
Yep. Oh darn, it won't let me just grab the prior roll.
Nope, but you can just press the up button.
Yeah, click in the
Like the
text
up
box and hit up on your keyboard.
Fair enough, very clever.
All right, so I went ahead and rolled Arf's roll.
Can I
Dim, do you want to
body
roll
boost that?
Purvis's? You can body
Yes.
boost if you want.
Alright, so then that lets me roll.
I'm assuming difficulty 8 because he's asleep.
I'll say, yeah, difficulty 8 because you're asleep.
Dice 3 D10. Why did it do that?
Purvis is Eep, apparently.
I have another willpower.
Okay. 1D. So it's 3D. It's dice. Backslash dice. Oh, I have it in here. And I just do 3D10. This could end up messing up and I could get a 1, like I did.
Well, yeah, but you also got a success, so.
Nice.
I did a body.
It worked out.
5 overall. So there might be another smear in the cargo hold. Don't mind it.
All right. Regis, I have unfortunate news for you. It appears you're going to be found out while you're doing this. And I do have an important question to ask you. What is your special evasion?
Special evasion. Let me quickly look for that.
That'd be Spec EV. Well, I guess we have renamed it, but it's going to be it's still the term on the sheet, so. Now ethereal.
Under quick reference stats.
Yep.
Under your attributes.
Okay, quick reference stats. Special evasion is 2. Spec.ev.
All right. What is your spec int?
Spec int is also 2.
All right. And you were what shadow?
Psionic shadow.
All right. In that case, please take 1, 2, 3. Please take 4 special damage as Arf electrocutes you.
That's fair. I didn't account for the bot.
So with that, do keep in mind that you subtract your special integrity from that.
Yeah.
So you took 4 damage, you've got 2 special integrity, so it reduces to 2 actual damage.
And Arf gives you a long string of angry beeps, spins his head, and then starts charging it up again.
Okay.
Fervis is also standing up and walking over towards you slowly.
All right. I got a question. Is there a chance I hear this?
You're separated by a pretty decent way, but also, the sounds of like an electrocution is not exactly the quietest. So
no, but someone yelling out in pain might.
Yeah, so like difficulty 9 probably.
Difficulty 9. Okay,
yep, because
so
this would be if you look at like the little mappy, the little schematics. That's an official schematic, by the way, which is really nice.
Yeah.
This is happening at a place in 12. You're in 8, so 11 is completely separating it. There's multiple walls in the way. Difficulty 9.
Okay. So I've got perception. I'd be rolling perception.
Yep, perception.
Perception 1. Gonna go instinct on this, unless you think there's a better expertise.
Likely not.
And mind. So that's a total of 4 dice. So the formula should be 4010 E10 S10 number 2 S9 F1. I think. That should. Oh dang.
In that case, yes. Yes, you may.
So I do hear it.
You do.
Can Krill also make this roll?
Same difficulty.
I come running out.
Tal, thank you.
Sidearm pulled, and
fixing the number.
And
I decided to keep it slightly odd with 21, but at least it's a whole number now. Hopefully this this stops people from wanting to make it a decimal again. This is my compromise to you.
All right. So I come running out, and with my sidearm pulled, and I take a look at the situation.
Well.
All right. Would anyone else like to make this roll?
I might as well.
Barnaby, are you interested?
Of course, Barnaby is interested. What are we rolling?
Perception.
Barnaby back in the ship at this point.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
I like that. Yes, of course I'm interested. What are we rolling?
You, if
Perception to see if
Barnaby,
you heard the commotion.
The sound of
If
an
Barnaby-
electrocution and a slight scream of pain.
if Barnaby can be involved in a situation,
Oh
of
my God.
course he'll become.
the
Oh my
Dear
goodness!
heavens!
Ron,
What is that roll?
Yes.
Ron knows everything about the situation from what he heard. He knew that it came from an R4 unit zap.
It's those big ears.
It's those big ears.
Oh, my waste. Torsten's been, in other words, like, what the hell is Arf using his blast stick on someone? He's quickly heading off to the
The
cargo
Lord
bay.
Beerus
Figure out what
took
the hell's going on.
$5.82. Screw your full numbers.
Thank you for the tip, Mala.
I even tried to compromise with you.
So anyways, I come running to the cargo bay. Sidearm held pointing up, and I take in the situation. What do I see?
Well, at least for my part, Furvis would be standing over Regis, glaring down at him and growling. I guess you could arrive as he is asking, "What are you doing?"
By this point, Krill is in the cargo hold with her weapon drawn, being like, "What is going on in here? Are we under attack?"
I'm just making sure this device works. That's all.
I am assuming that
this-
Furvis knows what that device is.
Very likely. Also, man, this droid has it out for you.
It's an astromech in Star Wars. Of course it's got it out for everybody.
Jesus Christ, Arf! Okay, please take. Jesus, you're weak to this too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage.
Oh dear heavens!
So if my HP is like max HP is 8, if I'm taking 9 damage and I have currently 6, that puts me at like -3. Is this lethal?
Well,
then?
this is before
No.
integrity.
Okay.
For integrity and also
So minus integrity
also-
from that.
So you'll be
So
at
integrity's
-1.
2. It'll be a -1.
At the end of chapter 6 is where we have our death and downs rules. However, the way we work it is you're not unconscious. But doing just about anything is going to cause you to suffer exhaustion at this point.
Basically,
glared-
better rest up before doing anything else.
I glare down. Arf, stand down, please. Furvis, did he insult you?
He's trying to scan me.
Without permission?
He nods.
Then I'd say he got what he deserved, and he's being taken to get some rest now, and we'll have no more of it. Everyone good with that?
Furvis
I'll
is
be sure to
taking
talk
the.
to him.
Furvis is
I'll
taking
be sure
the
to talk to him
bioscanner.
when he's awake.
Oh, he's still awake.
Oh. Regis?
Regis would have nodded in agreement, obviously, having been pretty much almost instantly incapacitated by the astromech.
Regis, we are polite to our guests. Do not make me explain that again, or it will be at the end of a blaster. And I go ahead and holster my gun and go down and help Regis to his bunk.
And when I was dragged off, I would actually mention to the captain about the encountering the ISB out in the street.
Well,
All right, go ahead and inform them then.
Thanks for getting me out of that. But not sure if you're aware, there's ISB agents on the planet. They're looking for
fun.
folks. No one here, but
if we're not on their list, then it's not our matter.
Krill will also back up his account and suggest, though they're not after us, we should exercise caution, because we could very easily end up on their list with the activities we are partaking in this particular mission.
We're not doing anything illegal here. But thank you for the concern. Yes. We will be careful. But as long as we keep our heads down, keep quiet, there should be no issue.
I hope you're right.
They find themselves in all sorts of places around the verse. And as long as we're not their concern, we have nothing to worry about. Let's just keep ourselves not of their concern. All right, y'all, to bed. Lights out. We got stuff to do in the morning. I want you all rested up. And proceed back to bed after having helped Regis to his bunk.
fair enough. Think we all need a rest after that.
Barnaby, if you could come with me for a moment to give Regis some first aid.
I would love to.
Awesome. Depending on how this turns out, it could be appropriate punishment or actually needed first aid.
Barnaby arrives with his goods gained from the day, along with a few other things.
Barnaby? Pretty sure some of those are illegal.
No.
I'm not going to ask how you got them.
No.
But
I mean,
just...
Barnaby's leaving his glitter sticks back in his workshop.
Oh, he's leaving the glitter sticks in his workshop. Okay.
No. Specifically, the low grade spices and cheap alcohol and a few other knickknacks,
which are still illegal. The low grade spices.
Yeah.
Barnaby doesn't care as much since he intends to use them now.
Barnaby, you know how I am. Pretty sure that some of those are illegal. I don't mind you having them on the ship, just as long as they're not detected by Imperial care.
Of course, they do not leave. They do not leave the ship outside of a container. As he will be placing them into a bowl.
All right.
Who is my Whomst is my patient again?
Regis here, who decided to be very rude to our guest, the giant wolf, Furvis.
Regis, lay down. Regis.
I've already laid him on his bunk.
I'm kind of already
Good.
laying down.
Good. You tall folk are so hard to tell sometimes. Anyway, hold this as you are now holding a bowl of
pull over step stool.
Barnaby pulls out the step stool, stands on top of it, and hands Regis a bowl of cheap alcohol, spices, a muddy root, and burned incense sticks.
His treatment does not have to be pleasant; just has to work. He was very rude to one of our guests.
Krill walks by on the way back to her bunk and sees this display and just kind of shakes her head.
Pardon, I got stolen.
She knows better than to need Barnaby's medical attention.
Yes. Hold on. Hold on. You are going to be at the forefront. You're going to be at the forefront of my newest ritual.
I will have no part in any of your rituals.
Well, too bad. You're a patient. Your say was discarded.
You come near me, and you will have to be your own patient.
I think he was.
Krill's not the patient, just Regis.
Remember, once you are injured, you are mine.
However, you did say new ritual.
Yes.
I go ahead and step outside the room, just around the corner. All right, go ahead.
Where did you find
Regis,
this guy?
would you like to make an insight check?
Sure. Oh boy.
Roll it.
So Regis was a lot better.
Oh, actually, yeah, I have. I'm surprised I don't have insight as one of my dots. Oh well. Mind, logic, and insight. So that'd be a 3. Okay. Wait, would making an insight check cause me to like take more exhaustion, or?
No.
I'll say no for this.
Okay.
If you're trying to do like an actual like active thing, probably, but this is another player asking, so like
Okay.
this is for like roleplay funsies, so I'm not going to enforce that. Well, Barnaby, he got a 2.
All right. There seems to be some spoiled herbs in this bowl also, and the bowl itself seems to be in very, very poor condition as it is a dented metal bowl. It seems that this is just a whole ass collection of specifically shitty things.
Ah, he got the message very well. Okay.
Ah, good. You're holding the offerings of the unwanted. Yes, hold it very firm. And Barnaby will now make 80% of a circle. And then finally he sits on the stool and says while tapping his staff against the ground, I ask not from power, I ask from pain. I ask not from glory, I ask from ruin. Come through what they threw away, let the broken speak. Come forth and show your true worth. Those who have been tested by life.
Is this a healing ritual or is this a
Technically,
demon
yes.
summoning ritual?
No. This is technically a healing ritual.
Okay, I'm not actually asking that. That's out of character.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah.
No, Barnaby just has very interesting ways of going about it because he's asking for the tenacity of those who have endured. Clean things lie, pretty things fade, but the junk has survived. It remembers. That's where the spirit hides.
Ooh.
All right, now time to make the medicine check to see if this actually helps.
Indeed, roll that medicine.
Does his specialty apply?
Yes.
Does he get any bonuses for the role play? Because that was very creative role play.
It is very creative role play. But also, some of that role play does go into even like allowing this to work.
Yes.
I hope he doesn't botch.
It's good. Very.
Oh, dang.
No, I save rituals for the party and when I actually give a damn.
All right. With this being the case, Regis, please heal 6 HP.
But that will go into your temp HP? At least I am assuming it's not true healing yet.
He isn't using a move for this. This is just him trying to make like a medicine thing as a part of a rest technically.
Ah, okay.
This isn't his preventative healing move. He didn't use any leaves in this to stick to him after all.
Yes.
And the leaves from before had worn off when I got hit, right?
Well, it had ended when the scene ended.
Oh, okay.
They don't stick around very long.
So this is current HP, and I gain 6 of it?
Yes.
Yep. So basically, you'll gain 6 of it, and then you'll get to roll as a part of your rest to heal more. But this is technically speaking a medicine check as a result of simultaneously with a rest. So it does get to be actual healing.
Regis, the contents of the bowl wither and evaporate as you partake of the healing.
Also, Regis, this is working very well, but it also feels horribly uncomfortable.
Barnaby looks in the bowl. I need more garbage.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be plenty of time to gather more.
Krill.
You've done good, Barnaby. Go rest now.
Barnaby takes the bowl and leaves.
Yeah.
I'll head back to my bunk.
The bowl is flattened. Barnaby doesn't look very pleased with this result.
Regis would have started to wince as it was uncomfortable, and then he would have just taken his hood, his hat, and draped it over his face, and tried to sleep.
If this man wasn't a legitimate shaman, I'd have him thrown in my brig. But he is, though.
He is awful objectively in so many ways, but his bullshit somehow actually works. So,
and that is why Amy keeps him around.
Barnaby, we're getting shot. Well, what do you
returns.
want me to do about it?
Yeah, I
don't know.
Stop it!
Stop it! Okay, I know what to do. You have a ritual for this? Surprisingly, yes. Now, here's the thing: you have to get shot 4 more times for me to reach my conditions of.
Yeah, I mean, he'd gotten so
Ooh.
sick, he literally turned a little green before he covered his hood.
Ooh.
He's feeling better, but also in like the worst way.
Krill just shakes her head and returns to her cabin. Why did I get involved with these people?
Because I offered to pay you. And
Yes.
while the shaman's stuff may be bullshit, it's bullshit that works.
Really bad at subterfuge rolls.
And
Maybe invest in
Regis has learned a valuable lesson.
Don't piss off the 9-foot-tall wolf. Or
yes,
rather, don't piss
require
off
medical attention.
don't piss off the astromech because it always wins.
Yeah, I totally imagine it. Like, he was probably paying attention to the Lothwolf to not agitate the Lothwolf and completely forgot about where the astromech was.
The funny part is the part of the description that I got for Arf is that Arf kind of has a bit of a bad temper. So you have an ill-tempered astromech on your crew?
Yes.
Except when it
Also,
comes to
we got
Furvis.
Chopper.
He's very happy with Furvis.
Well, yes.
We got the R4 version of Chopper. Awesome.
Also, Barnaby, as you re-enter your room, there's going to be an event that happens as you re-enter into your room.
Oh.
Yes. You're going to go inside of your room, and a rather notable amount of confetti will appear.
What? What? Barnaby is perplexed.
My expectation there was that he would be like, these will go nicely with my next ritual.
I mean, he will come to this conclusion eventually, but is like, who decorated my room? Blue? Blue and white? As he's like picking up the pieces of confetti and like scrutinizing the color combination.
It may be blue and white, but if you swap it around, it becomes white and blue. This may be better.
Okay, this one is more aesthetically pleasing if I just change the order in which my eyes focus. Hello? Huh. They have thrown paper flower petals into my room and abandoned it. Okay. I will gather these for later. Barnaby will just start sweeping up the confetti. I wonder, is there joy in these, or fear? He holds one piece of confetti menacingly. You will tell me later.
I'm just imagining that, like, people can just softly hear Barnaby muttering to himself through the walls and just, like, very practicedly ignore it.
It's the normal. It's no one's particularly concerned by Barnaby muttering. They're only concerned if he's muttering over them.
You will share your feelings with me later. Tiny paper. You'll
But yes, with the night's events over, you all would be able to get your sleep.
Before sleeping, Furvis is going to install his new bioscanner into ARF.
Oh, he stole Regis's pile scanner.
I did say that.
He did say that.
He did say that.
Oh, he stole
I
it?
missed it.
Okay.
And
I missed it
and
too.
Regis was in no position to argue at that point.
I wouldn't say stole so much as taken for the offense.
Basically, he stole it, but he had an
the
excuse.
offense.
It is compensation for the offense that was given him.
What you say,
We're just
Garou?
gonna argue about this later.
What'd you say, Garou? Am I still coming through?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're
Oh,
coming through.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I asked what you had said.
Yeah, he tried asking multiple times.
It was in the heat of the moment. I was like, I thought the zaps were the offense.
Oh, no, that was Arf's doing. Fervis did not receive compensation. Until now.
I mean, like I said, Regis could always argue about this when he's better.
And I'm glad I tinkered with the thing before trying to use it at least.
Yep. But yes, you guys will be able to take your rest. You wanted to install it into ARF. That would be a. I'll say that since this is all just working parts, this would be a tech roll. You're just putting a scanner in a droid, so that's you don't have to do some like heavy maintenance or rewiring or anything for that.
I'm out of resources, so I'm sticking with it.
Always use a fortune.
Or it could be an ongoing project.
It's kind of like I wouldn't want him to use a fortune on that, but fair.
I know, I'm just going to keep shilling the use of fortune whenever possible until someone finally takes it.
I will save it for an important moment.
I'll just use it recklessly once I've got majority party consent.
Good question, Tal. Do we need majority party consent to use a fortune?
I'd say yes, because it does affect the entire party.
Okay.
You do need to have like the majority of people on board with it.
Yeah. Okay, so for rests, do we roll something or?
Yeah. For healing, the best place to be this would be in chapter 5. So in the resting section, there will be the full rest, and you can follow the rules in there. This would be page 73. So, with a 1, I'd say that you wouldn't quite be able to, like, properly fully install it, with a result of a 1. But you could definitely get the project started before you have to go to sleep. And you have the feeling that, like, if you want, you could probably continue this in the morning.
Okay.
You have had, like, a bit of a day where you've had to put a lot of effort into a couple of things, so you're probably feeling pretty tired anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, otherwise he is going to sleep.
Yep. So basically, you made 1 progress on the install. So, any more events during the night?
Don't think so. Hey, Regis, what is your vigor?
My vigor should be, if I double check that, I think it's 1.
So for healing, you would roll 1d10 plus 1 for
Right.
the amount you heal from a full rest.
And you can't get negatives, right? There's no botching on healing.
No, because it's face value.
No. It's
So
it's face
because I'm
value.
missing,
It's
there's no point because I'm only missing 2 HP at 6 out of 8. So I would get 1 plus whatever the dice roll, which would amount to.
You would have been at 5 out of 8.
Oh,
Because you're
5 out of 8.
-1, and then
Oh,
you
yep.
got healed by
Okay.
6.
Yep.
so
Let me
you
roll it.
could roll a 1.
You could roll a 1.
1d10
So just
dice.
roll the
1d10 plus
1d10.
1d10 plus 1. Here we go. Oh, that didn't work. There we go.
It was almost
Yeah.
a 1.
Wasted. Healed more than my max.
Well, you have now started a very dangerous game. You referred to a good roll as a waste.
Never do that.
Well, it was nice playing
Also-
with you, Garou.
Also, from a full rest, you recover 2 exhaustion points and all your spent vigor and or willpower points. Yeah. So if anyone spent vigor or willpower, those get restored.
Hooray.
Really should have done that. Oh well. At least I got my
Alright.
2 dice.
Morning. Morning comes. Does anything happen before morning comes?
Nope. I was basically just asking to see if anyone else would try anything in the night, and the answer was no. So, you guys would be able to wake up the next morning.
Alright. I wake up. I head down to Fergus and Arf, and see if they're awake yet. And
Yeah, probably waking up pretty easily.
alright. Hey. Rest well.
Furvis will nod.
Hey, sorry about my crew last night. I hope we're all right, and the offense has been rendered even in your eyes.
He will nod.
Oh, is there anything else I can do for you before we head out?
No, everything is square.
All right. Very good. It shouldn't happen again. Yeah. And if it does, someone's getting shot. I do not appreciate people being disrespectful to each other on my ship.
My species is very secretive.
I'm okay with that. Everyone has their own secrets. And it was rude of him to try to pry without permission. I noticed you grabbed the scanner from him. I'm not going to ask for it back or anything. That is rightfully yours. By conquest. I hope you put it to good use.
I'm putting it into ARF.
Very good.
Which, speaking of,
Well, with that, you'll
Working-
definitely be able to complete that installation.
Yeah.
I guess all you needed to do was sleep.
Speaking of Arf, you doing all right?
You get a satisfied trill out of Arf.
Awesome. You did well standing by your master last night. It's unfortunate that standing by your master meant standing against one of my crew, but it shouldn't happen again. And I hope you continue to function as you have. Keep up the
Arf's
good
head
work.
will swivel towards the door that leads, back towards the crew quarters area and passengers and all that, and he'll just quickly pop out his zappy prod and light it up for a couple seconds before putting it away.
Gonna smile that he got what he deserved. I don't think he'll be trying something like that again anytime soon. Just make sure that if you do have to sap one of my crew again, it is for good reason. All right. Look around for Sen. Is he in the cargo, or is he in one of the sleeping quarters at this point?
When he goes to bed, he generally tends to go to one of the quarters and then goes out to either one of the either the common room less frequently or the cargo hold.
Okay.
I will be waiting on the edge of town for you all.
All right. You know which temple we're heading to next?
He nods,
All right.
because we did discuss which
Let's-
one to go to next.
Yeah, we did.
Yep.
All right. I'll see you out there then.
By this point, I think Krill will be
Do you
up
want
and
breakfast before you go?
He pauses and nods.
Cool. I'll get something whipped up. Ain't gonna be anything gourmet or nothing, but it'll fill a belly, and I'll go make sure everyone go make sure breakfast is ready for people.
All right. What were you saying there, Crow?
I was just gonna say, by this point, she's up and about.
All right. Amy, are you actually going to cook something, or are you just going to grab out rations?
If I cook something, it's gonna be something simple.
That's
So
fair.
it
I'm
will
basically just
affect-
asking if you want to make a craft check to make food, or if you're just going to pull out some pre.
Oh no. Nothing that would actually require a craft check.
Okay. The reason that I asked. Go ahead.
It is effectively rice and maybe a meat and some seasoning.
Because I will remind you, you do actually have a galley, which is where food is prepared.
Right.
So you do actually have
no
a kitchen.
skill. I have no skill in craft.
That's fair. I'm just letting you know you do actually have a kitchen to make food on your ship.
Teach my hamster to suck eggs.
I mean, do you want me to make a roll? It would be untrained mind and logic.
I'm not actually going to require that you make a roll. I was just more asking if you wanted to do something that would require it.
It's funny. Krill has a point in craft.
Do I find you in the galley?
I mean, considering that influence, possibly.
Oh dear. Am I gonna be cookie fish?
Quite potentially, as the galley contains fish.
It does have frozen fish.
Krill will be making a craft check to cook some fish.
I'll be there to hand you stuff as we're making breakfast.
Okay.
But
So do I get an extra dice to teamwork or something?
I do not have any skill in teamwork.
Oh dear. Okay, so you're just there. Okay.
I'm just there.
Amy was
I'm
there to
not-
pull out the equivalent of cereal.
Yeah. I
Okay.
saw you were there. I was like, oh, good. We're actually gonna have breakfast.
Fervis
Alright.
would not be pleased if you show up to him with a bowl of what is essentially kibble for humans.
Hey, all I promised was that it would fill bellies, not that it'd be good.
Oh, not bad.
That's
I'll use
What?
my second
3
soul
successes?
for that one.
Yeah, why not?
Ooh.
Oh, so
There you
close to
go.
just
Ooh,
being
so
another one.
5. So,
So
what?
one,
That's
two,
5 successes.
3,
Yep,
4,
five.
5. Yep.
It's actually something
Alright.
pretty good.
Yep, Krill, what are you trying to make for breakfast?
What am I trying to make with fish?
I would assume that we know what everyone can have at this point, given that we did have to spend some time traveling to the system, and so
I am making I don't know very many out of character. I don't know very many fish breakfast
mean-
dishes.
I mean any meal can be breakfast,
Okay.
technically
Well,
speaking.
I'm making just
It could
grilled.
be.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it could just be lemon fish on rice.
That's what I was fixing to say. Like a grilled fish with lemon and rice.
All right. Well, you did roll high enough that I will consider this a good meal.
Yes. Well, I succeeded in a cooking roll. Suck it.
Yep. Well, this does actually have nice benefits. Like, if someone, let's say, still has some leftover exhaustion after the rest, this
Hi.
would also remove 1 additional exhaustion.
Fervis does.
So this does actually have tangible benefit for some people.
Woohoo! Yeah.
Over intercom, breakfast is ready. It's being served.
Fervis is right next to you.
Come get. Oh, hi. Do not scare me like that, please.
Ron comes down, somewhat groggily still. A few minutes later.
I help
Smells
hand out
good.
plates.
Smells good, I must say. And he'll get himself a plate full.
Everybody digging?
Thank you, Krill, for cooking.
My
Well done,
pleasure.
Krill. Hey, by the way, I had a quick question. What was the lockdown about when we got back?
Just something snuck aboard and got itself taken care of by our resident wolf.
Noted.
Nothing to worry about.
Okay.
I will say, as we go to these remaining temples, do be on alert. We don't know what we'll meet out there.
That actually reminds me. If you come to see a very beaten up IG astromech with a burlap bag, keep your distance.
Oh
Oh?
yes, the droid
you-
that was selling thermal detonators and spice.
Oh, sounds
Yeah.
like you had an interesting interaction last night then.
You can meet
did you-
all kinds of
Yeah.
characters in the bar.
And
Did you buy
and
any?
it would, no.
Okay.
Not especially since I would expect whatever it was might blow up in my face, so I wasn't going to take the chance.
Fair enough.
For those of you who aren't as familiar, a thermal detonator is a miniature nuclear fusion reactor shoved into a grenade that basically completely deletes a section of space.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Lando Calrissian threw one of these into Shizor's palace and it completely leveled it.
It is a palm-sized. It is a palm-sized nuclear fusion explosive.
So really, even keeping distance wasn't going to do much if those things are armed. Great.
Yes, it is literally a small thermonuclear fusion reactor.
And he has a pile of them with his drugs.
And he has a burlap bag of them loose, jostling around with drugs taped to them.
What the hell?
All right. Well, if any of you do find yourself acquiring something like that, I would appreciate it if to be notified if you decide to bring them onto my ship. Not that I'm going to say no to having them, just that I need to be aware.
Of course. Of course.
Thank you for letting me know. All right. And the how far away is the next temple?
That would be. Well, if we were taking, I assume we're going to be using the same. The same land speeder as before, correct?
Yes, that is the intent.
In that case, this one will probably take the entire day to get out to. It's a little bit further away near some, I believe, according to a little bit of the geological mapping that I looked at, it should be very near to some cliffs.
All right. Well, then everyone, be ready to camp out for the night and let's not waste any more daylight then. I'll go get the truck ready and y'all can join me when you're finished eating. I say as I've already finished eating my plate full of food and tucked the dishes away at the sink.
Krill will finish
Alright.
up also and put the dishes into. I'm assuming there's some sort of auto wash in this kitchen.
Yeah, there is.
We'll set the auto wash
Okay.
and put the dishes in there. It tells everybody when you're done, put your dishes in the auto wash. Last person, close the door and push this button, and she'll point at the initiate button.
All right.
I mean, I would assume everyone knows how an auto wash works.
Of course.
Or no.
But you never know. There might be someone who doesn't.
Stares at Barnaby.
Fairly quickly. Sorry. I was being asked some about some of his rituals.
Oh, are you getting like messages from people just trying to be like, "Hey, what is going on with Barnaby's rituals?"
Yes, and so I have some. I'm explaining that I had some long-term ones and short-term ones, and ones that could be reasonably done inside the midst of combat, and ones that are not in an active combat scenario.
I mean, I feel like Barnaby would still be the type to try and light a bonfire and throw, hallucinogenic smoke leaves on top of it.
You're not wrong. If there was a strong enough benefit to be had, he'd still try, as long as no one shoots at the bonfire. To which, I guess, shooting a bonfire is a very strange thing to do.
More strange than Barnaby?
More strange than just trying to shoot Barnaby.
Anything else happen before we meet up at the truck?
No, Regis would have slipped in, had some food, tossed it in the machine after most people moved on, and then caught up with y'all.
All right. And we head out.
Sorry about that. I had to step away. Yeah, nothing for Furvis except, he vanishes and teleports across the roofs to the outside of town.
Cool.
All right.
We meet you out there.
So, everyone except for Furvis, if you so wish, you may roll a perception as Sen gets onto the truck.
As Sen gets onto the truck.
Yep. This will be difficulty 8 for everyone except for Barnaby.
All right. You said perception.
Perception's 1. Yep, so that's 4.
Perception.
Die.
Then go with instinct and mind. So that's 40-10. Difficulty 8.
Barnaby, would you like to roll?
Yes, I would. Perception time. Instinct perception.
Yep. Regis, will you be rolling as well? Or
Yeah,
will
that's-
you decline?
That was just typing it because I noticed people are like typing the mind in something perception.
Yeah, basically, there is a preference that people write down what they're rolling.
Oh,
Like for
body.
at the very least, the expertise you use.
Yeah, the number that I posted was the result of the roll, not how many dice.
Yeah.
Well, Ron did the complex thing too.
Yep. You can do it. It's just the preference is that you at least put your expertise.
Yeah.
So, with this being the case, the person who has passed the check is Amy, as the success rating was 3.
Hey.
Amy, as Sen gets onto the truck, you see the red flash of metal very briefly underneath his cloak.
Huh. Is that an augment down there? No need to tell me if you're not comfortable with it.
I wouldn't worry about it.
All right.
Amy, please go ahead and roll me an appraise to see if you can piece through what you saw.
Appraisal.
This will be at standard difficulty.
All right. What expertise do you think would be best suited?
Well, now that is hard to say. There are a couple of decent options here. What do you think would be best for it?
I'm thinking that that the best ones would probably either be logic or cunning, depending on whether I am trying to logic my way through it, or if I'm comparing it to other things I might know.
All right. In that case, pick which one you would prefer.
Either way, I have 1 point of expertise in it. I'll go with logic. So, mind logic appraisal.
All right. I will say for stuff like this, the expertise that you use a lot of the time will, generally speaking, change what kind of information you get if there isn't like a clear, obvious first choice.
Right. I'm going with the logic. Net success of 1.
Net success of 1. All right. With that, you aren't really able to figure out which, like, any sort of qualities about it, but you have the distinct feeling that what you saw was a flash of armor.
Oh. Okay. I mean, even I wear something that could be considered armor. It's light armor, but
yeah. But you think you saw a flash of red metalled armor?
Yeah. Nothing too suspicious about that.
Does Amy mention this out loud?
Nope.
Okie dokie.
As Amy doesn't find anything suspicious about someone wearing armor. And even if she did, would she openly broadcast that suspicion? No.
I love it when a party has all the pieces, but just no one has all of them.
You don't share the pieces.
I have no reason to believe it's relevant to anything.
Oh yeah, no, I am not gainsaying that at all. I'm just saying that is a situation I love.
All right. I assume that Sen's like in the cab beside me or something as I'm driving.
No, he generally sits out back. It's just that he got on before like everyone else, so you got to see the cloak shift.
Okay. All right.
So he is not in the cabin whatsoever.
All right.
As like, the VIP, he could probably demand to be in the cabin, but he kind of doesn't feel like it.
He doesn't want to be there. Yeah. Who is up in the cabin with me? Because I assume there's a passenger seat in the cabin.
Yep.
I think Ron went shotgun the last time.
I think because you have I forget, does Amy and Krill count as small?
I am
Krill is not small.
6'8".
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I said, and I meant
3'8".
I was gonna say, I thought you were like 3 feet.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. That was
So, yeah.
that was a misspeak of mine. 3'8" and 52
It was
pounds.
a misinput.
Yeah, misinput.
We're taking that astromech with us, right? So it's probably not
Yes.
good for me to be sitting in the same place as the astromech.
And the astromech is out back.
Yeah.
I mean,
But Krill is like 6'6", 6'7".
no. Regis, you absolutely have to sit with the astromech. You need to sort out your differences.
So is Regis being told he has to be in the get-along sweater with an astromech?
Pretty much.
Goodness.
Do I say that in character?
Do it.
Evens yes, odds no. Yes. I tell Regis he has to sit with the astromech. You gotta work out your differences.
Okay.
Besides,
Well,
I understand he has a fun new tool. He might politely ask you if he can use it on you.
Regis isn't going to say anything, and he's just going to get in the back seat.
It's like a flatbed truck, so you're going back to sit on the back of a flatbed.
Yeah.
Back of the flatbed.
There are no wheel wells, I forget that, so that must be weird. Normally you
Yep.
sit on the wheel well in those sort
It's
of
a hover
vehicles.
truck.
He's a truck.
By the way, just so you know, Amy, you do count as size small.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Because it's 2 to 4 and generally between 8 and 60 pounds. 2 to 4 feet.
So yeah, I am size small.
Amy and Barnaby are the smalls.
And then
Yeah, it's just that, you know,
Purvis large.
Amy has the condensed pride of a pilot packed into a small body. Barnaby has the chaos of himself packed into a very small body. And
Yeah.
Purvis is generally pretty chill because he has it all spread out.
Yeah.
You see, Barnaby was ordained to not be an Ewok, but a much larger species. But then he became condensed. So the 10% badness that was supposed to be spread out over a very large mass became compressed into an 85% bad. But that's very standard for an Ewok, actually.
For real though, who's driving shotgun?
If no one takes it, Barnaby will.
I'll
I
take
think
it.
Ron. Okay.
All right.
Because I thought Ron did the last time and it was navigating, but either way, helping navigate. But either way,
I mean, I've got good navigation.
okay.
Legitimately, shotgun is just who wants it.
Yeah.
So, got Barnaby in the cab with me.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just chop liver.
Barnaby spoke up.
So did
you say
I.
something? I didn't hear it. Sorry. Barnaby Krill, roll off. No.
That's fine. I'll sit in the bed.
All right.
Besides, you guys are probably going to get the show on the way.
You guys get to see Furvis teleport into the truck.
Well, I was more meeting, you know, Arf and Regis interacting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his left
Now,
hand. will be
if
full of-
Krill's in the bed, she's gonna purposely sit between them.
Thank you. I like this one.
You know, anyone that's in the back may roll an insight check. Ron, you get to make it at -2 difficulty.
That's including me?
Furvis, you
Okay.
also get the -2.
I might as well make that roll then.
Oh, Furvis is also... Okay, so
This will be
he's...
happening a little bit later on.
Ah, okay.
I am using willpower.
So what? 5 succeeds?
5
For-
succeeds, yes.
For Ron and Furvis, 5 succeed. Krill immediately, she wanted
Or-
that. She wanted that insight.
And this is a
I've
perception.
not used it anyway, so I will send the soul just for the heck of it.
For the heck of it. There.
Okay.
Ooh, it almost rolled back onto it.
Funny.
So perception check. All right, here we go.
Insight.
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 sorry. Oh, whoops. Let me check my insight scores. Okay, so that would have been 1 less die. It would have also just been a 0.
All right. In that case, everyone except for Regis that's in the back will hear Arf be making some beeping, and you all can tell that it is quite derogatory towards Regis. Regis has no idea, though.
I'm not listening to what the droid's saying. I'm listening to what the droid is moving because I paid attention to that stun prod the first time.
Arf, we have gotten compensation. It's fine. But you did well.
Krill will still position herself purposefully between Arf and Regis.
You got a new toy out of the exchange, Arf.
You know what? I'll say that probably both Furvis and Ron would understand, binary droid beeping. Because it would make sense for both of their characters to know that as, technician types.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to say that you two will definitely understand, I'm going to say that you two will definitely understand this because, Arf is going to respond to that, which is just, if he tries something like that again, I'm going to compensate for his ability to walk.
I find this acceptable.
Rod just shakes his head and just... whatever.
So Barnaby,
Yes.
you went down into the temple of Sem, back at the first temple.
I did.
How are you feeling about him?
Very intrigued. This is a powerful individual with much to teach and no desire to do so. But he is strong. Very strong. I felt learning opportunities from watching him, but understand that is the things that he does are beyond my means. I prefer evocation through specific actions and rituals and intent. He can just do it. He can just reach and grab the force and tell it what to do.
So he's strong in this magic that you do.
Yes.
Huh.
Where is Sen riding, by the way?
He rides out.
Yeah. It's just me and Barnaby in the cab.
Yep. He knows that he could demand to be in the cab. It's just that he kind of likes being outside more.
Oh. Do I need to be worried about him? In terms of my crew's safety, do you think he's a threat?
No. But he will bring trouble.
But he will bring trouble. All right.
Well, I don't know why he needs to do this secretly, but for that first temple, we were accessories. But it was mentioned that these were going to be trials. Soon enough, we may actually have to do our bodyguarding work, because I only imagine, since these are Dark Alliance, things will start becoming dangerous. There might be traps, there might be ancient defenders, very likely robots or creatures that just moved in, or that red thing that me and, well, one other person caught a glimpse of and sort of assumed we were hallucinating. That was around and didn't do anything.
It was turned into a smear in the cargo bay.
Oh.
By either Ferris or Sen. I'm not entirely sure which.
Barnaby claps.
We've got some interesting passengers for sure.
Yeah.
For that matter, what are your thoughts on the wolf?
Strong power, impulsive, prideful. Also strong, but me strong.
Right. He's strong in magic. Okay. He's also freaking 9 feet tall.
Do not forget his ability to displace his matter.
Yeah, just the way he just boofs from place to place is
Well,
unnerving.
I cannot do that. I can recognize other practitioners.
And yet he's also good with droids and mechanical stuff by the looks of it. Given his astromech that he keeps and the way he's been working on modifying and upgrading it.
This man will be quite the force. Hoo-hoo.
Despite his unnerving tendency to teleport, overall I kind of like him. He's helpful, for sure. I've offered him a position on the crew if he wants. He hasn't taken it up yet, but
I suspect he shall. I don't see any downsides. I don't even know why anyone would not join the crew.
I get the feeling he probably will, but who's to say? Only time will tell. Besides, it definitely doesn't hurt having a 9-foot wolf on my crew who can tower behind me as I make deals.
Especially when that could appear besides their bedsides and ask to remember and to remind them to remember the deal.
Yeah. Thoughts on Regis? Do you think we were too hard on him last night?
Well, I am unsure of the situation, but unlikely.
My understanding is that he tried prying into the secrets of Fervis without permission.
Very rude of him to do so. Let him be beaten soundly. Let him be beaten twice. It's twice as nice.
I think he's been sufficiently scolded for his wrongdoing. But
understandable. I will not experiment on a new treatment. Then I will save it for another occasion.
I will say if Fervis joins, the astromech's going to be with him, and I hope that Regis and the astromech can make up and and get along, because otherwise it might be difficult sailing for a little bit.
This seems like a solid proposal.
Barnaby would be delighted to know that, technically speaking, Arf did beat him twice.
He would.
Technically.
It's twice as nice.
Well, thanks for your thoughts.
Of course.
You're a funny little one, but you definitely have some good insight.
I would like to imagine so.
We unfortunately have a limited time left. Actually, should probably be wrapping up, but there was one more thing that I would like to do real quick.
All right.
Furvis is going to look at Regis in the back of the truck.
Barnaby wants you beaten for a second time. I don't know why.
Regis.
Regis will turn his head to look at you.
My species is very secretive. We do not want ourselves scanned. We do not want knowledge of us out there. Understood?
I think I figured that out last night.
There's a reason I teleport out of the ship to the edge of town instead of actually riding out with you all. But on that note, I have no ill will towards you.
Did we see, out of character, did we see Furvis teleporting from rooftop to rooftop when we headed into town?
You might have seen like one or two jumps initially when he left, when he got near to town, but like going building to like being in the actual streets, no, because he's far higher up.
Yeah, so I may have caught. Okay, well, even then, I would mention about the fact. Well, if you keep company like this, you're not exactly keeping a low profile.
I'm more concerned about others seeing me than being seen with you. And more concerned about you all being seen with me.
Well, Regis has very little else to say to the giant 9-foot wolf that is explaining things to him.
All right. And I guess on that note, we will call it then.
Alrighty.
I am looking forward to the May 4th session as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be fun.
It's Sunday.
It is a Sunday.
I'm gonna be busy. Or at the very least, if I show up, I'm gonna be late.
Well, like I said, we can start at normal time, 5 Central, or start later at 6 Central, whatever's best.
Oh well, I cannot start at 5 Central because remember I work.
Ah, right. So then, Yeah, it'll be 6 Central.
Okay.
The fact is, the point is, we have our Star Wars campaign on Star Wars Day.
Yeah,
May the 4th.
Fair enough.
because May the 4th be with you and Revenge of the 5th.
Ooh, should we have a session on Monday too?
No, I can't do that.
I cannot make Monday.
Yeah. I got homework.
Sunday I might be able to swing. Monday, no, I cannot.
I can manage one too. Exactly. Not all that much.
All right, so next year maybe we'll do it both days.
Maybe. That's a
Maybe.
year down the road.
We'll see how schedules look next year.
Yeah.
But either way, thank you everybody for joining us today for Piercing the Veil Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by checking out our Scar system that we've been using and letting us know what you think, as well as grabbing some merch over at zgfgaming.store or subscribing to us on YouTube. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.